All right, let us do this. All right, welcome to the last of the tier list I'm recording for a good bit of time. Extra Class 2, which consists of foreigners, alter egos, and pretenders. That whole triangle that was somewhat recently introduced, or at least completed. It was recently completed with the addition of Oberon in Lost Alt 6. So NA about to get their first pretender very, very soon. As all the tier lists go, let us start on this page just to go over all my requirements so that everyone is at the same page when I start this. And because I was sick last week, this was definitely delayed from the usual cadence. So I'm going to try to have this uploaded pretty much the day after I had this recorded. So this should be out on the 26th. All servants are in direct comparison to each other on the list. If they are on this list, they are up to being compared. If they are mentioned but not on this list, I won't be ranking say a 5-star alter ego farmer and directly comparing it to a 5-star saber that happens to loop better. I wouldn't put the 5-star alter ego lower, or maybe saber is a bad example. Rider, 5-star rider. I won't put the alter ego lower because the rider exists. I put the 5-star alter ego farmer at the place they belong. Just because a servant in a different list does something better does not mean that the servant on this list should be ranked lower. MP1 for gotcha servants, MP5 if welfare and free to play, max skills, max mail loading append, and C's are at level 100. This is so servants can perform at the best they possibly can with the given restrictions, and technically if you give a servant enough time, they should be able to hit these. Like an account should be able to hit these numbers regardless of what you actually have to do for it. For instance, the mana loading, if you're only one MP1 and you're a gotcha permanent servant, you're going to be farming bomb points for a long time to get that servant to actually do it. But at the very least, they should be able to do it. So, general, and again, tiers, what they do extremely well, or only one, or they're the only servant that can do it, but not too niche, or they do something better than a higher ready servant in A tier. A, very good servant, but there are servants that can do their role better. B, replaceable servants fulfill a certain niche that is very populated. C, usable servants, not the best, not the worst, usually need a buff. D, uphill battle using this servant. They're just something they're lacking in a lot of stuff. Extremely niche, they do one very specific thing extremely well, no other servant can do. You would not use them outside of this one task. Put Phantom of the Opera here from the low tier, because this is like, I haven't changed this since I did the low tier back in January. And now we're here almost 3 months later, or 2 months, I guess. 3.5. It really doesn't matter. And then don't use it all. Garbage clunky, needs a lot of buffs. Confused kit, saber shields. I don't think I put too many servants here. Like most servants have been put together pretty good. The saber shields is just terrible game design without the buffs to like actually make it make sense. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You give a tactics to someone that doesn't have a damaging MP, while everything else in their kit is selfish. But we're not ranting about poor game design. We're here for these gotcha servants. And we can't see it. We can't really see it because of the changes they did to this website. I don't know why so many across. Can I actually fix this? I don't think I can. All right. First up, Summer Abigail. And I'm actually I'm happy someone in my chat came in yesterday and gave me a different perspective on the servant. So TLDR, I am not ranking her based on her placement here. This will be a factor, but this is not where her placement is coming from. I'm not going to rank her as a farmer. Despite what some of this stuff might be telling you. So, Abigail Summer, the first servant to come out in the same rarity and same class as the original version. BB technically is the first one to do it, but she came out as a 4-star and then a 5-star. Abigail is the only servant that actually they actually put Summer in her name to distinguish her from the OG because they're the same class. Base attack, good, above average. HP, again, above average. MP charge, if you use regular Abby, you are so happy that this number is actually good. 0.86%. We like to see that as good gains. Hit counts are completely average. I believe the same exact hit counts as Voyager. Foreigners have that 15% star gen, so they are fourth best star geners. I think they compete with Moon Cancers for having 15% as well. So, good deck. I like it. Would have want more hits on or another arts card, but I get why her deck is the way it is. I would not have wanted to change her gains. I'm fine. I'm good enough with this. First skill, forces sleep. So this does not go in the same stuff as stun resistance. It is basically a stun, but better. You yeet off their buffs. You neuter their defense for 1 attack, 2 turns, while they are asleep. When you think about it, this is a 2-turn stun, and it completely shafts their defense. Like, this is one of the highest yoinks off, and it does last for 2 turns. You think Osaka Hime, her third skill, how it is basically similar. They're a very similar skill, except this one also does the stun. Osaka's is, however, a full turn. This is 1 attack, but you when I go over get English right now, how I'm actually placing her, it will make a lot more sense. But I do like this skill for what it is. Second skill, Terror. This is what OG Abigail has. When it goes off, they get stunned, and you reduce their defense by 20% for 3 turns for all enemies, unlike first skill, which was only 1. And third skill, 50% battery, debuff success rate 30% for 3 turns, reduces one enemy's bust resistance for 3 turns by 30%. So she slams down 70% defense for 1 turn, or for 1 hit, 20% for 3 turns, and then nukes someone's bust resistance down by 30% for 3 turns. That's a lot of debuffs. If we're thinking as just a farmer, yeah, this isn't gonna work. She can't carry anything over. 2 stars per turn, debuff res 12%. Cool. She has this at EX because, as we know, Abigail was the first foreigner introduced. Insanity B+, Buster Performance would be nice, but I don't even care about this part, honestly. And then Divinity for Tickle. This one, honestly, since I'm already saying I don't see her as a DPS, you can really get whichever one you want. It doesn't matter for how I'm breaking her. NP removes all enemies' defensive buffs, so another buff strip. Activates first, cool. And then OC is reduced their defense. That's a lot of defense down. That's a lot. She has way more value in boss fighting than she does in farming. And that's where I'm taking this. Bonsi, MP damage, and debuff immune 3 times. Cool. Same thing as Musashi. When we come to here, we see that her damage is not great. If you're trying to do super scope damage, this is not great because this is all neutral damage. Not good. When we bring her to doing buster farming with Vitch, double Vitch Oberon, that turn 2 damage is like it's hilariously bad damage for turn 2. Hilariously bad. I think she actually might have the lowest turn 2 damage on this list. And that's including people using Super Scope. She has a 50% startup with bonus stats, and she's hitting that low when she's not going to get class advantage. Okay, Emiya. A regular Black Rail Emiya. That's not a fair comparison. I know I rank Emiya as EX because he's versatile. I never said his damage was that good. I just said he was very versatile in how you could use him. This is, yeah, a 4-star MP1 with low, I think his Emiya's attack isn't even that high, without any like buff steroids. It shows. She's like Europa low. Okay, so competing with Europa for damage, but again, Europa has class advantage. Why am I hammering down she is not a farmer? Because she's not. If you take this kit and instead bring it to a boss fight while you're using a servant like Arjuna Alter, who thrives in debuff environments, you're literally giving him all the shit that he needs that Vitch and Oberon do not give him. They don't do debuffs. If his specific MP debuff does not stick, well, you're fucked. He's not getting his max damage. His damage is going to greatly suffer for all his face guard and just his subsequent MPs. Like, Juna Alter without debuffs is not that impressive. His numbers are on here. Here. His numbers here are so good because it's already counting that he has his niche. If he's not landing the niche, well, his damage is not as good. He's losing out on his damage mod. And his debuff helps his damage overall. That's where Summer Abigail comes in. 90% defense for an MP that, I mean, if you do mana loading, you only need to get 30% MP, and then you're able to do another buff strip and nuke defense, another debuff for Juna. So I am not ranking her as a farmer. I am putting her here at extremely niche. If I had to fully rank her like on here, I'd probably say B or A. Probably B, because it's very specific where you'd want to bring her, and that is in setups. And because she's such a high cost for that, like, you're gonna have to run like probably Vitch, double Vitch, Oberon, another 5-star DPS probably. So you're not gonna have that much room for CEs. She's getting placed here because of an economy thing, where if you would have to be bringing in like lower rarity supports and barely using high rarity CEs if you want to use her to the best of your ability. Or you're dropping Vitch, or Oberon. You're doing one of those two things. So yeah, extremely niche. I was just singing her praises. Now we have to stomp the OG Abigail into the fucking dirt. I'm already telling you that I don't like this character. 12.1 base attack. Good. Above average. Probably good margin, like 600 above. That's good. HP, a little lower than Summer, but not that bad. Still good. Her gains are horrible. They are horrible. If you use Summer Valkyries when they do not have buffs, that is Abigail's gains in a nutshell. This is so fucking bad. She should not have gotten triple arch. She needed double buster. And then her gains would have been better. Like, you can run her and do triple arts. Like, and she might only just get 30%, and 20 of that is coming from the arch chain. I'm not saying she got a crit on those arts cards, but I'm saying if you just click the arts card and like at the start of the chain, you're not getting anything back. Mighty chains help her out a little bit, but not as much as it really should. First skill has been buffed. Party AoE 10%. Every turn for 3 turns. Cool. Party MP damage. Nice. 30% battery. This is a decent support skill. If you take this part as just a support, this is great. This is like Summer Abigail would be an amazing support if she had this skill. But they weren't going to give her a 50% battery and charge return. This is higher than what other servants do that have like buff tactics like Bedivere, Hector. Yeah. Theirs are at 20. They get higher because they're using their Bonsi along with that. So good value. Oberon likes that. Second skill, it's literally the same exact thing as Summer Abigail, I think. Actually, let's double check that. I think this no, this is the wrong one. Wrong Abigail. No, this version has Summer Abigail has a better version. Not by much, but it's still better. Third skill. Drain 20% attack down. Why is this 7 turns? That's question number 1. Why is this 7 turns? I get the drain, making this a 6 turn, but why does 20% attack mean an extra cooldown? Her cooldowns are all base 7. They are a base 7 cooldown. What the fuck? You can't... There's no... This just... I do not like Summer OG Abigail skills. Not the way they are. This one's fine, but these two need work. Specifically, Witch Trial. Her gains are horrendous. They're comically bad. 2 stars per turn, debuff res, same as Summer. Summer has a better insanity. Mana loading, she has a 30%. You would want mana loading, get a 50. And then you can start from a 50% CE. Here is where... Oh, actually... Hold up. I didn't even check your append. Don't you have this too? No. Okay, so here is where OG Abigail shines, and what a surprise! It's a serving coin thing, but she gets full advantage. She gets the power mod against berserkers from her append. She already was gonna get. She already has full class advantage. Now she just wins easier. So instead of extra attack, I would say go here, but mana loading still comes first. Her MP is good. It's a MP that yeets off buffs and activates first. I have nothing bad to say about this, but like this is also 30%. This is good, but it's for 1 turn. MP damage, 30%. insta-kill immunity 3 turns. I don't like the servant, but she's not don't use. There's definitely reason to use her. You are just going through extra steps on this. You have to go through so many extra steps to brute force Abigail to farm. Or not farm, but to do good in boss situations. She doesn't have a buffed MP. She hits fairly hard for... I mean, there's only 3 single targets. Her competition is Yang, or Yang hits way lower, but Abigail does not have like anything to actually help her damage, while Yang has all of this shit. It is not hard to like build up stuff for Yang, and then throw on Honey Lake for Yang, and like all this. She always has the power mod. Abigail, she's C or D. OG Abigail is C or D. I want to put C just because having a bus trip on your MP is very good. The problem is just her getting to her MP. That's where the problem will lie. Cooldowns are also way too high. The way her cooldowns are, honestly, she can get cooldown reduction on her MP, and I don't think it would be like busted. I think that would help her out a lot if she was able to, if you are able to go the extra mile and get her to like loop back to back, you should get rewarded and be able to get her skills back closer, because they are good skills. They're just on too long cooldowns. Yeah, she always had the MP damage, which is the reason why she actually is ahead of Yang Guifei, because she has some kind of multiplicative buff. And I mean, if you want, if you had to choose one, MP damage is good because of Oberon. MP damage will always scale well because Oberon can just double it. So if there was a C minus, she'd go in C minus. But right now she's going in C. She's not that bad. Like, I wouldn't be picking some random 3-star to be like doing against Berserkers. Like, I would choose Abigail. But I'm not saying she's that much better than other alternatives. All right, next few are actually going to be fun. Bazett is EX. Bazett is EX, and I will not. I probably won't ever be moving her down. This is like a strong showing of like why these classes are so good. Bazett, she does one thing. She actually does a thing in the game that no other servant can touch, and that she turns. If you are fighting someone that is weak to alter egos, which is a good chunk of the game, you can turn a 3-turn boss fight into a 2-turn and possibly just straight up kill them on their turn. It is hilarious. And I haven't seen Prisma Ilia. Not all of it, at least. I saw the first season, which wasn't even that bad. The second episode, I'm like, nope, I'm good. But apparently she bodied 3 Shadow Servants in that series, like, because she's that skilled, while Ilia and Miyu, like, almost got clapped multiple times. Bazett has the lore reason. She needed to get... Also, in Fate Stay Night, she needed to get murked by Kirei off guard for her to get negged for the entire, like, all of that. Like, she's a threat in Fate because of how strong she is. and it shows in game. Base attack. Ooh, look at this. Do all three egos have power mod? Nope. It's a good fucking thing. Otherwise, she would have like ridiculously high damage, like 12.8k. 12.8k base attack. That's Ibuki numbers. That's like high Avenger numbers. This is good base attack. HP is slow, but like she's definitely a case of trading attack for HP. I mean, trading HP for attack. Star weight, Star Gen, you're honestly not worried about this. Although this Star Gen with these ridiculously good quick cards, these are going to gen stars and a lot of MP. 0.8% MP gen. You're not worried about. You're not worried for the arts card. The quick cards, these refund a lot. Personal experience, these quick cards are arts cards. Like whether you're using it in a quick chain or a mighty chain, these quick cards put in a lot of work. First skill is a win even harder skill. Quicken Buster up 30% each. Crit damage 30%. And then if you're fighting casters, who are the servants that naturally have a type disadvantage against alter egos, you just get to do even more damage on the same scale as, say, an append. Chat, imagine for a second that Bazett actually had anti-caster or rider or assassin on this. They did this for a fucking reason. Obviously, it's a lower thing if she's talking about Avengers and Graminu. But imagine, chat. She would be one of the best alter egos to actually do their fucking job. Besides fighting pretenders. So yeah, there's so much damage that comes from the skill. This is no, all of her damage comes from the skill. Oh wait, no, sorry. All of her 3-turn damage comes from this skill. Her big damage comes from this skill. 50% battery, star weight for a turn, 500% as an alter ego. This is enough to get her most of the stars. It brings her star weight to more than double a rider, but not so much that she's gonna take all the stars. Like, this is no Vitch star weight that literally no star is getting away from her buster card. It's just like decent star weight to make sure she gets most of the stars. Then 100% crit damage for a quick servant that also does buster crits. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Third skill is what helps facilitate her gameplay, and if you can get this off cooldown as soon as possible, you're probably going to need to pop this. 1 turn in evasion, debuff immune, very important for how her MP works, and then 20 star bomb. Again, works with this. Guarantees 2 cards that if you only have 2 cards, she's probably getting crits on both those cards for 130% crit damage. Possibly even more depending on who you're fighting. Magic resist 17.5. Good. Riding. Oh my god. Chef's kiss of her having a passive that actually helps so fucking much. Divinity. And we have her special passive skill that truly enables her gameplay. 5% crit damage base. And all offensive buffs get their tick marks at the end of your opponent's turn instead of your turn. So your MP damages, your MP damage buffs, your quick and buster buffs, your crit damages. Not that crit damage really matters for Bazett on your enemy turn. But all of them go away on your enemy turn. For a very specific reason. If you're doing big Bazett DPS, get this. And just like make her refund end her brave chains with really good refund in Star Gen and just some big damage. If you do it against a caster, you can actually take advantage of this part. All right, the MP, where it gets nutty. She is taunted. She's the one getting hit this turn, unless you have other servants that put like a high percentage taunt. She gets the Fraggle Rock counter. Fragorock is counted as a one hit quick attack with this scaling. When Fragorock is active, you ignore MP seal. You cannot get buff. This cannot be lost with buff removal. It won't get lost with the debuff removal if, like, as rare as it is that an enemy would do it, and buff block. If you get hit by these on your enemy's turn, you don't have to worry, you will still be countered. If you get stunned, you're kind of fucked, but you really shouldn't be getting stunned with Bazett because she kind of makes it so she can't get stunned. But, you know, maybe not the first one, maybe one of the later, which is why debuff resist that she has it this high is important. Because if she does not have this, you know, there's always the chance she doesn't get straight up obliterated. You cannot break bars with the MP. As sad as it is, you can't. You are stacking quick res, and every time you get it activates, you do 10 stars. So for certain turns, if you're only fighting one enemy, they do not buff only themselves, they target you. Because this also works as skills. If you get targeted with, like, say, a stun, or hit or affected by a stun, even though you're debuff immune, you will proc this MP and hit them really hard. So you can do 6 attacks worth of damage with one turn with Bazett, as long as you're getting a Brave Chain and your opponent is actually hitting her. Or Overcharge gives her attack for one turn, activates first. Again, it is good that she has this, otherwise this would be useless. Bonsi MP damage and gives her a Guts, which she doesn't have, and is very helpful because if she goes down and procs the Guts, she still gets the Fragorock. But if she dies, she does not proc Fragorock. She does not get the counter. She has to be able to survive the hit to do the damage. Bazett is easy EX. There is no other servant in the game that can do what she does. That is a fact. It sucks, it's a fact, but it is. I need more water. Next up, Bunyan. Keep it rolling with the alter egos. We got Super Bunyan. I'm admittedly salty about Super Bunyan because I never intended to get her as high copies as I have on JP. I will never be trying to get parity between my main JP and Super Bunyan. It is unfortunate sequences of events that have Super Bunyan as high as it is, and based on my own banner luck so far, I shouldn't even be summoning on this banner to get spooked by her on the GSR, which, spoiler alert, is what happened to me, but I managed to get Oberon on the same multi, so I don't care that much. I would have been way more salty if I didn't get Oberon from that. Alright, right over. Super Bunyan. 11.5k attack, just above the midpoint. HP, okay too. MP charge, 0.86%. With her hit counts, good. Mighty Chains are your friends in terms of refund. She got the triple buster, which is interesting as an alter ego, but it makes sense. First skill is one hell of a reverse charisma, because instead of buffing the party's attack, she buffs all their buster performance, just like OG Bunyan. And then 30% for herself is a good damage steroid skill. Equivalent in some ways to a mana burst, because honestly, like, she has triple buster and her MP. She should always get, like, full... Every turn is always a chance to get full effective damage on this. Second skill, 30% battery for self. Overcharges the party's MPs 1 stage for 1 turn. Nice. Depending on who you're running with, this gets better. You get better or worse mileage. But just be aware of this part of the skill. Don't just pop this to pop the battery. Make sure you're doing other stuff that turn. Because, 1 stage of overcharge. That's an extra hit of solemn defense. That's extra battery from Vitch. You never know when this is more useful than it is. All depends on your team comp and the situation. Third skill, MP Seal, crit attack chance down 30% 3 turns, and Buster Card star weight up 500% for 3 turns. If you are heavily focused on Mighty Chains, yeah, this fucking sucks if you're not getting, or this sucks when Bunyan is by herself, because then your quick and arts cards are not getting stars. The Buster cards are getting the stars. Yeah, I mean, it like if you didn't have enough star weight from Vitch, well, here you go. Here's even more star weight. The only time I see this, unironically, like I see like running Bunyan and Juna Alter as like the one time where like she actually would need this, because then she probably could fight Juna for the stars just because of like the percentage. But you probably shouldn't be running both of them at the same time. Probably not. Passives: debuff res, debuff success rate, good, and then the power of likes. This was such a meme thing, but it's a social media thing. If you get more, when you hit someone or you take hits, you get the like buff, and having this like buff ups your MP damage, and also when she gets hit, she gets the like buff. So her in solo situation is where her damage gets really high, really, really fast. But you're not likely to see a lot of ramp up from that. But there are times when you can brute force it, like with BB forcing Bunyan to get the card she needs. So it's always good that she has this. And unlike other servants, this is not it. This works on her MP. She gets like stacks from her MP. I know a lot of servants like Muramasa, they are restricted to normal attacking, not Bunyan. 30% battery, you want mana loading, at least one of them. Damage bot against Berserkers, cool, but she is an alter ego, not a foreigner. So she's not getting full advantage. This is just extra damage. But if you are soloing and doing your extra attack to get more likes, this is going to help you get more back. Yeah, so 2 MPs. She either has a really cool looking one or basically just a MP that is as fast as OG's, which is like one of the fastest MPs in the game, where she just like stomps someone. So, unfortunately, they did gimp how much damage she actually gets from the likes. It is up to a normal power mod, so like where you see like anti-divine, anti-man, like anti-man, or power mod against man attribute. That's the kind of damage you're working with. Luckily, like, and also this is not proccing first. But luckily, this is catered around you, not your enemy. So it doesn't matter what enemy you're fighting, as long as A, Bunyan has class advantage against them, and B, if she can actually just get these likes up. So just hit them forehead. Overcharge is a little weak at 10%, but I get it, how she's ramping up her own, like her own MP ramps up her own damage. So I get why they were a little too safe on this. And also I think The reason she has this deep defense down is because OG Bunyan had a defense down in her kit. It might have been on her MP. I'm not actually don't remember, but I think she had a debuff down, defense down skill. Bond CE, pretty cool. MP damage 30%, and every time you defeat an enemy, you get a like. So you get a like. You get a like for killing an enemy, and you get a like for hitting the enemy. So cool interactions. Just wish the spawn CE was not 100 attack. Oh, and this lasts for 5 turns. That's something it didn't say. So these likes actually last longer. I couldn't tell if this was the Godia ring or not. Also, I need to say this. Bunyan almost came out a year ago. Hold on, let's actually get the dates. Okay. Not yet. But it's almost been a whole year since JP got another single target SSR. Bunyan was the last one. I do need to say that, because that is so fucking stupid that they've all been AoEs. Anyway, Bunyan, hey. You can look here, like, Bunyan has ramp up. They're a buster servant, so they can double stack some of their buffs. They can ramp up. Again, you're using Vitch, so you crit with buster and you crit even harder. Melt does not have any kind of ramp up whatsoever. And yeah. We'll get some Melt later. But Bunyan is at least solid. Their kit is modern, their hit count looks good. They just don't do any, like, their damage isn't like super amazing. Douman EX. What not to say about Douman? Douman is one of those servants that can kind of do it all. Let's see, wait. Douman can't do Black Grail just because of how his kit works and how he doesn't get NP gain from anywhere. But he puts up decent damage off the rip, and then we don't even need to talk about him being a farmer. We could just talk about him being a support. He's still there. Okay, first off, this CE is fucking hysterical. Cause okay, so wait. Which one redrop summer 6 or summer 7 art? Yes. So I think it's fucking hilarious. Because in here, Douman is naked like that. Hanging on the rafters. Fucking dropping too much fire. So, Douman, above average base attack. HP, good too. Not the highest, but still not bad. Star weight, star gen, alter ego numbers. MP charge 0.7%. Not that far below Bazett, but not as good. It counts, again, closer to average, but still good. They're not bad. And at 0.7, he has decent refund. Important for him specifically is that he has high MP charge when he gets hit. It's very similar in nature to how Avengers want this to be nice and high. First skill does a whole lot of debuffing shenanigans. Reduces all enemies' attack 20% for 3 turns. Reduces their defense 30% for 3 turns. Terror, delayed stun. Confusion, delayed skill seal. And 500 curse for 3 turns. And each of these have a separate activation chance of 40%. That's a lot of shit. That's a lot of shit. Second skill, oof. 2 times 5 turn guts. I cannot state how nice a guts like this is, chat. I cannot say it, and it's still on a 7 turn. And that's not even all it does, chat. Chat. Have you heard of our tool, or not tool? Have you heard of battle continuation, chat? Have you heard of this skill? It is 1 turn, 5 times. 1 time, 5 turns on a 7 turn. That is on. He didn't even need anything else on this skill, and it still would have been fine at 7 turns. I mean, battle continuation isn't a good skill by itself. They usually need something else. And as you can see, I brought this up in other videos, but battle continuation is one of the most buff skills in the entire game. They do not like the fact that this skill is the way it is still. So few servants actually still have OG battle continuation. Crit damage of evil allies. Crit damage on chaotic. He is chaotic evil. So he gets 100% crit damage for 3 turns off this skill. Along with any other servants you have that is chaotic evil. And if there are just 1, they get 50%. Third skill is an 80% battery on a 7 turn. Attack up for evil allies, attack up for chaotic allies. Both 20. So 40% attack, 100% crit damage for chaotic evil for 3 turns. And another bit of curse. This one is like a high curse at 2k for 5 turns. If you are using him with Van Gogh, do not pop this before you suck the curse onto Van Gogh, because this stacking will kill Van Gogh. Especially if you put this on more than 1 enemy, your Van Gogh is taking 6,000 curse damage, which is way more than she can heal. Curse order actually matters here. You want to stick this on your opponents and not have Van Gogh give it the suck. This one is fine. This is fine for her to suck, because it's only 1,500 she'll actually take damage from. But 6,000, you're not recovering that well from that. She's not healing that much. Skills all look amazing. Arts buff, good. He has 2 arts cards, make him better. Debuff success rate, he has so many goddamn debuffs. This has 4 debuffs alone. No, 5 actually, 5 debuffs. And this is number 6. If he does not have this, his chance of his debuffs not sticking way lower. Magic resist A, 20% debuff resist. Cool. Passive that increases his insta kill success. This actually does matter, because on JP for the 90++, the one of the key strat is to just insta kill the first enemy and then move on. Hilariously. So Douman actually is getting use in that challenge quest. Or not challenge quest, that node, because this helps. It's pretty much a guaranteed insta kill. And again, in a second though, Hedonism, when he takes hit, he gets MP Gen. This is basically Avenger passive. So, going with that insta-kill example, if you level this mana loading, he has 100% battery for doing shit like that. If you need someone to kill, like, insta-kill a wave, Douman can do it. If it's possible to insta-kill, Douman can do it, because we'll see on the MP. If you want him to do more DPS here, I see him more as a support, but he's getting 40% attack and 100% crit damage. You cannot say he can't do good damage by himself. Double Douman is a thing. Double Douman is an actual thing people can run to do ridiculous damage for just chaotic evil allies. Damage mod against alter egos, sure, why not? But it's like, don't worry about this. MP, 5-hit AoE quick, applies curse 1000 for 5 turns, 120% chance to insta-kill. Insta-kill happens after damage, so he actually gets refund. And then he starts stacking evil curse, and those scale off overcharge. If you're doing curse meme teams, double Douman with like Jacques, or maybe not Jacques. Yeah, if you're doing curse memes, it's probably double Douman Jacques. If you are trying to like fully blitz down a boss, probably like Van Gogh's best support is another Van Gogh, so it's probably just gonna be a double Van Gogh, Jacques, and Douman, and Doman's just popping his buffs when he need it. And also because Van Gogh gets a battery based on how many curse, if Douman's first skill might just be enough to get them to MP like really easily. Bond CE, MP damage of chaotic alignments, and MP damage of evil servants. Like, he didn't fucking buff people enough. If you only need Douman as a support, like, this is a good CE for him to have. Douman is EX, and that is not even a question. First pretender on the list, Eliko. She is Eliko for me. She's child Ellie, even more than Ellie already is a child. And then she's adorable with the Chinese animation. Like fully cartoon. What Arco did, really good design, and like, because I've seen Chinese cartoons. There, a lot of them are like designed like this. Not a lot of them, but I've seen them a couple times. MP charge. Also, this is a welfare. I need to say that at the start. This is a welfare. So MP5. Base attack higher than average, actually. Like, impressively so. Like 600 above the average. HP. It's okay. I guess it is a little low, but not really that low. Star weight, Star Gen, again, pretenders, they have really high Star Gen. Like, if they have decent hits on them, they're comparable to assassins. The fuck is this? Fucking finding people for the Lord of the Rings wiki. Yeah, they do not have a power modifier. Just wanted to show that before we went further. MP charge 0.77%. It's good. Not the worst, not the best. Average hit counts higher than average on the quick card at 4 hits instead of 3. But again, with the Star Gen, these are good quick cards. This should be good. Jesus Chaotic Evil. I'm not surprised. It's Ellie. I'm pretty sure all of them are Chaotic Evil, despite how laughable. Yes, I'm pretty sure they're all Chaotic Evil. Just not in the way you think. Like Carmilla definitely is chaotic evil. She deserves there. But Ellie is if she kills people, it's by accident. And they probably died with a migraine. Sorry, not sorry. She is evil, always spooking me. Yep. Alright. So first skill is a whole lot of shit and makes her versatile as a support. Party-wide attack 20%. If they are lawful, 20% crit damage. If they are neutral, 20% MP damage. If they are chaotic, 20% MP gen. And then she increases her own star weight by 500%. Last thing is the Mount Liang trait. She puts on everywhere else but herself. Because she already has the trait. She doesn't need it. Second skill, 20% battery for Mount Liang Servants, so just pop this skill first. Max HP of Mount Liang Servants, 2k. But if this goes off, they lose 20% debuff res for 3 turns, which can hurt a lot, especially if you're fighting someone that's very heavy debuff. But it's not the burst thing, because you can just cleanse this off with Castoria or anyone that can do a cleanse. Even some of the servants themselves. Third skill, again, not bad. Reminiscent of Bazett's, just not with the extra bell and whistle. 30% quick, 30% buster, 30% crit, and 6 turn cooldown. Her kit works, makes sense. It's just this is probably a pain point that it's not going to come up a lot, but when it does come up, it's going to suck. Like you getting stunned or sleeped when you otherwise wouldn't have. Because 20% is that either puts people in negative debuff resistance, meaning they're more vulnerable, or like wipes all of it out. Or most of it. 9% crit damage, cool. Arts buff and star gen. Like, so she has damn, and I mean damn near assassin star gen. She is not that far off what an assassin would be star genning. And hey, her one arts card is a little better. Unless you have a 60% CE, you really... Oh, right. Okay, so even I forget. She's a welfare. You don't have to worry about whether you need to invest in this or not, because you already have these unlocked if you actually played the event. These are unlocked. You should have enough coins. This is a worthless append because she's doing less damage to assassins. This literally makes it so she's not doing as little damage to them. It's not type neutral. Not even close to type neutral. But it's better than what it would be without this. MP. 9-hit buster. AoE. Defense down. Doesn't proc first. 50% star gen and MP damage for 1 turn. So I stand corrected. She should have way better star gen than an assassin. Way better. But her, like, this MP is a star bomb. It's not going to be as cracked as like Raiko doing a star bomb like this, but it's still going to be nice. That's 27 hits with like that should be generating a good amount of stars. Even if each hit only gens 1 star, that's still 27 stars at bare minimum. Obviously star gen doesn't work exactly like that. It's different calculations, but you can think of it like that. Bond CE, 30% crit damage for Mount Liang allies while she's on the field. And again, she is MP5. So when we get to this list, there's not many, but this is where her damage is. She's hitting the same damage as an MP1 Oberon, so good comparison point. And I believe this is Oberon when he boosted his MP damage as well. I believe so. But you're not touching Oberon if you get lawful to. And then, because she actually is on this list, this is not terrible Super Scopes farming damage. Like, the only other server that does stuff like this, unironically, is another welfare, and it's gray. So if you need someone, and you have Vitch and Oberon, if you have someone that you need to farm mixed nodes of sabers, lancers, and archers, Ellie can do the job. She can do this job fairly well. This is one of the cases where Super Scope damage actually is looking pretty good. Oh, wrong one. I would say she's solid A. Yeah, like this part is weak, but like this makes it so it's easy for her to do crits. You don't have to like flood the field with Vitch stars because you don't even get her that much. Since optimally, if you're farming, you're only getting at one anyway. But Sargent isn't even an issue in farming, so there's a lot of different factors that go in. But she's solid. Is she the best of the Ellies? Possibly. She actually, no, Cinderella is probably better. Just like better uses out of Cinderella. But this one is solid. You have to invest a bunch, but this is not a bad servant. Another pretender, Hephaestion, the first permanent pretender, because now we have two. And a lot of this is blacked out for lore reason. I actually do really want to read the new case files rerun event, because they did add stuff to that event. It wasn't just a straight rerun. They added content to it because of the case files anime. Base attack, good. This is above average, almost 10k. HP, lower to compensate, but not terrible. Star weight, star gen. These are the pretender numbers. Unfortunate that her quick card is not that good, but you really shouldn't be even hitting it. She is Arts Buster hybrid. MP charge 0.59. I know it, like at 3 hits, that's okay, but not really good. You'll see in a second if you haven't seen Hephaestion. Arts buff 30%, Buster buff 30%, and full class advantage. Not like negates it, so you're neutral. You are fully class advantage against casters. Yeah. So this skill is just like what Melt does, or not Melt, Comma. How she gets full class advantage against alter egos for the 3 turns, and it's not like Bazett how she just gets free damage. This is way more impactful. Should you be bringing Hephaestion to fight casters? I mean, but probably you have better servants. Because again, this goes away, and then you're back to doing a fourth of the damage. Second skill, 120% battery. You do not need to level the whole skill. At skill 8, you will have 102. You can pop this and you'll be good to go from whenever. You never need to max this out unless you have higher copies. I thought they stopped doing servants like this until Hephaestion came out, so they're still willing to put this on servants. Third skill, 50 taunt, 50% defense for that turn, and MP gen up 30% for that turn. Also absorbs all the curses to herself. I know this is a lore. This is a lore thing. This is 100% a lore buff. Because if you think about it, uh, the one that like takes up the mantle, like her going around in disguise saying, I I am Iskander, I represent the king. All that heat comes to her. The heat is taken off Iskander and brought to her. Like, because like how many people were cursing Iskander for all that he did? That's my explanation, my headcanon for why she has this. Like, but also if she's gonna die soon, it is helpful if you rip off curse, so that they're not dealing with it anymore. All of it goes to her, and then she dies, and she takes all the curses with her to her grave. 12% crit damage, crit attack chance down, or crit attack chance resistance 10%, harder to crit, 10% star gen. So this makes up for her quick card only having 3 hits. She just has better star gen. Territory creation, arts buff, nice. She has 2 arts card and an arts MP. Okay. MP damage 10%. If you don't understand why she has Oblivion, why that skill is blocked out, there as part of I'm pretty sure it's part of Case Files and the revamp to the Case Files event. You do not need mana loading. She's permanent. But she has the battery, so if you do mana loading, it's kind of like you're expecting to MP again the next turn. But she has an arts MP, so why would she need that big of a battery if she's already starting from probably not 0? If you have an arts MP, oh, because it's low hits. Okay, that's fair. I still think she regens pretty well. You wouldn't need 100% battery like after she just MPs. Aptitude against Lancers. This actually does matter because she is a pretender. They have class advantage against Lancers. This is a win harder append. Is it more impactful than extra attack? Really depends on you, but these two are where it's worth for you to put your time in. Timing coins. MP. Damage to one enemy, reduces their buster, reduces their arts, 3 turns, very similar to Dioscuri. MP damage up. This is weak, and this happens after damage, so it's not like they were going to be multiplying into each other to begin with. And MP damage, and increases the party gauge by 10% when she is defeated. Oh! Oh my god! Wait, isn't this the mantle that Waver had at the end of 0? And the one that he's shown? Oh my god, yeah, that makes so... This is the catalyst. Right? That's the catalyst that summoned Iskander. Oh my god, the Von CE. That makes so much sense why Hephaestion was even summoned in Case Files. Like, what was the catalyst? Damn. Anyway, Hephaestion is a solid B. And that kind of has to do with her damage. Like, this is still good. It's not bad damage. But at the same time, this is a low blow. She's comparable to single target archers, and single target archers aren't exactly the best. Their single target archers are outclassed by other servants that aren't single target archers. But she definitely has her utility. I bring her out every once in a while. Not that good though. Back to the foreigners, Hokusai. Oof. Hokusai. Really gets like when I read like her father's dialogue in this, I'm like, wait, is this old man Muramasa talking? Because they fucking the same fucking way. Which again is why Muramasa God summoned was one of the disciples, and like easily influenced by beings above himself. As long as he gets to keep forging, he doesn't really care. Same with Hokusai, doesn't really care who his sponsor is, as long as he gets to keep making art. But this is Oi. This is not Katsushika. This is Oi. This is Katsushika. Oh, Toto. Base attack higher than average. Good. HP again around that same 13k mark. Star weight, star gen. These are the foreigner numbers. Hit counts good except extra. Arts suffers because it's a 0.33 MP charge, but I would not be worried about because you are trying to crit on these arts cards. And very similar to a rush, if you get the crit, you regen a whole lot. First skill, evasion for 1 turn, 30% battery. Mana loading has precedence. Oh, thank you. I didn't open the next tab. Second skill, 30% arts. Buff removal resistance for 1 turn, 100%. Debuff resistance, 1 turn, 100%. You can still get debuffed. And if the buff removal is more than 100%, you can still lose the buffs. But this is a solid skill to make sure you don't lose shit. There is a particular fight in Lost Belt 7 where a skill like this is very, very helpful, especially because of who exactly it is you are fighting. Third skill is similar in nature to Okita Saber's skill buff, where it like changes how you want to use your cards, whether you want to lead into the MP or trail. For Hokusai, it's worse if you try to do the reverse. So when you attack with arts cards, you're inflicting defense down. Before this buff, it was heavily advised for you to, if you want more MP damage, to lead with the arts cards and then MP on the third one. This is star weight for arts cards to make sure you crit and drop stars. It is pretty much saying, yes, you might get more MP damage, but if you want to loop your MP, you better be following with arts cards after. You want to be doing mighty chains. You want to do full arts chains with the arts cards in the back. And then her base MP charge isn't as much of a factor. You will loop better. 2 stars per turn. Debuff resist 12%. Debuff success rate, good. You want this to stick. Otherwise, what's the point? Weak territory creation, at least she has something. At the very least, she has it. Like I said, mana loading takes precedence. But after that mana loading, you want this to pend. She gets a win harder button. And I guess you can do this too. But priority is this, then this, and this. Like you might even depending on you, you might actually reverse it and go this one first because you should be bringing her fight Zerks. Her hitting Zerks harder, better, even better. 5 hit AoE Arts MP, damage 1 against man attribute. There's nothing else with this MP. I would not be surprised if they buffed this before they buffed any of our other skills. I would not be surprised if she debuffed. And also, if you haven't seen this MP, it looks gorgeous. I'm not going to play it on stream or in this video, but it looks really, really nice. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, and Guts one time, 20%. She is so heavily hampered by her extremely poor base MP gen. Like, her MP does not loop nearly as much as you would want because of that. Like, this 5 hits isn't enough with 0.33. When you don't have other shit helping you. Need to preface that because I know Ibuki's MP gen is not that much higher. But Hokusai is not a berserker hitting overkill quicker. Her best case use is against berserkers, which literally have the worst. Otherwise, she's type neutral. And Ibuki has higher attack. And she has an attack buff. And she has MP gen. That is what Hokusai is missing. If they really want Hokusai to pop off, they will put stacks MP gen on her MP. If they really want her to actually pop off and be a farmer, which I don't think they do. I think they want her to be a boss fighter. In which case, that's fine. Refund from arts cards is fine. But you are able to do black rail farming. I don't want to say that you can't, because you can. It's just not that pretty. I would assume that this has a pretty high requirement, and you are very likely to mess up. But it's black rail farming with an art servant, and they put 2004. If you want to swap instead, use like Oberon, I'm sure your damage and refund will be passable. But there's always that chance that you screw up. Just putting that out there. She can do arts farming. She does do essentially what other arts farmers do at neutral. She does her best case is against berserkers, which is not the best for refund. We can check numbers. I just want to see her damage before I place her. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. Yeah, she hits like a wet noodle at MP1. This is noodle damage, not much higher than but it's like lower, barely lower than Naviki damage, but still better than say Rider Mordred at MP1. She is a 5-star, so she will scale higher. Just for comparison's sake. Yeah, she's definitely hitting better than Rider Mordred. They hit about the same, type neutral. So actually, the node I'm farming on NA right now, where I'm farming for arrowheads and warhorse horns, Hokusai would be like literally just as good, possibly, than Rider Mordred. She won't be. It wouldn't be the same setup, but she could be used on that node. Kinda. But again, if she gets mana attribute, it's a different fucking story, because then her damage goes from MP2 Rider Mordred and shoots up to, isn't it like, yeah, 27, so more respectable, like close to the top of the AoE corners. And then in boss fights, she just gets it even higher. Because, by the way, I'm pretty sure she does apply the defense down on her MP. It is not normal attacks. Yes, it is when attacking with arts cards. It's not normal attacks. So her MP actually technically does have a normal effect, but it's only when a skill is active. And that skill is defense down. So, Hokusai, I'm putting in B. Her biggest struggle is as an art servant, and it's struggling to refund. Her MP doesn't refund enough to be cozy. That's it. If she had better refund, I would easily put her in A. But it's a refund problem, which again is an RNG problem, which is a carding problem. Oh, bias time, chat. I'm holding back the bias, I swear. I fucking swear I will hold back the bias on this. If you guys don't know, I am big. Jacques is like, her gameplay is like one of my favorite in the entire game. I love foreigners. I love Quick. She was the first servant I actually like was trying to go active for on JP. And like she actually might have been the reason I even started playing on JP. I think it would depend on the timing, but she is damn close to around the time. No, okay, no. I started JP before her event came out, but I was actively trying to get her so much. I love this character. Base attack above. Also, I never said foreigners. They don't have a power modifier, or did I check it? I don't even remember. This is already draining on my mental fortitude, and we're barely into the list. Base attack, it's low, but not that low. HP, ooh, nice and high. This is like top 10 highest HPs in the game. MP charge 0.78%, 3 hits on the 1 arts, 5 hits on the quick, 4 on the buster, 5 hit extra. Kits are above average across the board. These quick cards, I love them. I love them so much, chat. That Ascension. I had the wrong one on. First skill, 20% attack for the party, 30% crit damage for the party, 20% battery for the party, and grants them evil alignment. This takes a dump on so many skills, and I fucking love it. Case in point. And why they actually need to buff Ishtar. If you don't think Ishtar needs a buff, 1 turn of cooldown adds a battery, 10% more crit damage, and a trait. This skill needs more. I know this is kind of what people wanted on Gilgamesh because it's still better than a charisma, but this is still technically it's still a weaker charisma. Like, I'm not saying put a battery on this, but like give Ishtar a little something else because she's falling behind. Second skill, also, one thing I do have to say, she is not chaotic evil. She does not have full Douman synergy, but as she at least has 1 trait, she is somewhat compatible. Van Gogh gets way more compatibility with Douman, but with Van Gogh, Jacques team comps, it's like your Jacques is your DPS, and she's getting ramp up and all that, and she's doing more crits and all that, power mod against curse, all that good shit. She gets more buffs from Van Gogh than she does Douman, is what I'm trying to say. But they all still work very well together. Jacques gets 1 turn of invul and a 30% battery. But if anyone else in your team has the evil alignment, you get 1 hit of invul for 1 attack, 1 turn. You technically do not need to have good skill order for this. You technically don't, but most teams you're going to use Jacques with have evil alignment. They don't need to be chaotic. They just have evil Jacques Douman. So you don't have to pop this first and then pop this for her 50%. So technically you can get this mana loading and you have this 20% kind of to like help you for wave 2. It's not the best. Her farming kind of starts getting weird when you take into account that she has the mana loading But any help with looping is always good for quick servants. Having a 70% battery uh is better than not having one. Third skill is where the magic happens. 10 stars per turn, 20% quick. You might think that's a little low. I wouldn't even worry about it. And then power mod against curse at a higher value than Honey Lake for 3 turns. All her cards, her face cards, her MP gets buffed, a 50% damage on her MP, and we haven't even talked about it because it is still a good MP too. Existence outside the domain, 2 stars every turn, 10% debuff resist. Arts territory creation A, so this arts card does do well. Tickle. Bias preference, but go. I like her having this. I did a lot of solo stuff with her, not solo, but a lot of like her being full main DPS. This was very helpful, as is it for any servant. But you probably should go this just so you have more options. These won't have to be maxed out. You're just gonna want to max them out. Damage on against Saber is cool, I guess. It's just win harder, but you don't fight. I don't bring her to fight Sabers often. It happened a lot when I was going through the story because she was the best character I had at the time. Even if I couldn't get her past, what was it, level 60? Yeah, I had her at level 60 for the longest time because A, Pure Prisms didn't come out yet, and B, I was not past Camelot, and I got stuck here. You cannot get these before Shinjuku, so you have to clear the main story. So my Jocks was stuck at level 70 and did not have this third skill for the longest time. And I still was using her to clear the story. She was still that good. MP, Vendredi 13, Friday the 13th. Vendredi means Friday, 13 is 13, if you didn't speak French. 5-hit AoE quick, damage to all enemies, inflicts curse 1000 damage for 5 turns, inflicts evil curse, static 1000 MP damage. She actually does have ramp up as a quick servant. This is not common. One criticism I hear a bunch about quick is that they're not ramping up. Like their turn 1 and 2s are kind of the same, and their turn 3 just gets bigger because of Oberon. That is not normal for AoEs. AoE quicks do not get ramp up besides a couple cases, and it's usually crit damage. We don't see them stacking up MP damage, so Shocks gets stronger every time she MPs. She hits overkill quicker every time she MPs. I would think, and I would have to do testing on my main account for this, and I actually can, of what comps she can do. Her optimal case is not, I would not say she is a farmer number 1 front and center. She is for boss fighting, and she is so goddamn good with Van Gogh. You click any of their quick cards and you are hitting so much damage. I love Jacques. She is one of, if not my favorite character in the game to use and play. Her gameplay is great. That being said, her refund can be underwhelming. You do have to build around. Love her design, yeah. You do have to build around, and this is the real bias is coming out. This servant does not want me to summon her at all. She fucking hates me. It's both times it took over 600 quartz, and one of those times was with pity, and Osaka Bihime spooked me on it. I'm 90% sure. I don't even know if this is up on YouTube yet. If it's not, it will be soon. I will finally buckle down and actually get this uploaded so everyone can see my suffering. And it's not because I'm sad that she sucked me dry of all my quartz. Like all the Seaman Demon servants, Kiara, Kama, in particular, they do not like to be summoned by me. Yeah, she's A tier. She can do really, really good crits. She is not only that, she is compatible with double Scotty. Doesn't matter which one. She's compatible with them. Yeah. I would take this with a grain of salt, because if you're doing double ruler Scotty with a super scoop, there's no way that is the only setups you are able to do. And even then, this isn't that bad damage. It's not great. It's not great damage, but it's not that bad for like a quick servant, since they're going to be critting on the, like, if they don't kill anyway. I would not be surprised if she actually could do Black Rail. It's just A, you require mana loading. B, you need Oberon. C, you need like both ruler Scotties. It would just be so high cost. It's like, what's the point? Just use, you could be doing it with other servants. She's A, and I'm keeping her there. This one is another. This is an easy one. Some of these really are just cut and dry. Kiara, like OG Kiara, is literally one of the best solo. Like, I don't even want to say solo. It's boss killing servants. She is one of the best. If they were not quick. If they are cavalry class, you probably will bring Kiara, and she will do so much good shit. You bring Tamamo and Castoria, and she is not going to die. If you don't have Solemn Defense or an Invul, it doesn't matter. She's not going to die in one turn. And if she does get hit, you are going to heal pretty much all of it back. If you've ever used this Kiara, you know how much she fucking heals, and it is comical. It is comical how much she heals. Horny Nun. I haven't played Triple C yet. I really want to, and I know that fan translation is on the way. Apparently, that game also has Anderson at his best, meaning when he's roasting the shit out of all your servants. Fucking hilarious. Give Anderson his own goddamn show, and it will work just as well as Grand Carnival, if not better. Because it could be 5-minute clips of Anderson literally roasting the shit out of literally any character. How they were so horrendous in life, yet now they're trying to get all cutesy. Like, that shit didn't happen. Oh, sorry. I was calling out a servant without actually saying who it is I'm talking about. Anyway. Oh, shit. I think I already smell the fish. Kiara. A version of her that was actually a good person. In Grand Order timeline, she was actually a good person. And then Zippur fucked everything up and made her an actual threat to humanity. Maybe more powerful, maybe less powerful than the one that shows in Triple C. I'm actually not too sure about that, because the moon is very powerful, and I'm pretty sure she took control of it in that game, which that's a really big problem. Well, in Grand Order, she's a beast, so it is really up to, I don't know, power scalers, interpretation, which one is stronger. I think I remember reading that demonic Bodhisattva was a bigger threat than Beast 3 are. Anyway, star weight, star gen, normal numbers, attack higher than average, HP nice and high, not the highest, but you really don't care. Like whether she's lacking 1,000 HP or max HP or not, it doesn't matter when she heals literally more than 2/3 of her HP. MP charge 0.55%. This is probably her biggest pain point, and that sometimes she just does not refund enough. MP charge, I don't think she has the hedonism that Douman has, but she does have that 4%. So when she gets hit, when someone beats her cheeks, she just gets better. Yeah. No, I'm fine with keeping that. Because it's true. Although she's gonna have the last laugh. First skill. By the way, hit counts, they're okay. Average across the board. Buster is weak, but who cares? Who cares about Buster hits, honestly? It doesn't affect anything. Unless you're Shisho. Or Juno Alter. Buffed first skill. She has had a lot of her kit buffed. She is only missing this. And she doesn't even need this skill buffed, unlike Tamamo. First skill. Debuff resistance down 1 turn 100%. This is so every other debuff she has lands. Arts Riz down for 1 turn and 30%. 50% battery on a 6 turn cooldown. What the fuck? Second skill. Guaranteed AoE drain. Removes all their debuffs. AoE debuff removal. Defense down 30% for 6 turns. I mean, 30% down for 3 turns on a 6 turn cooldown. What the fuck? Like, we see single target servants, Osaka Behime, that have a single target buff strip and like 40% defense down, and that's on a 5 turn. This is flat out better. Like, it made more sense. Okay, so this is not worth 7 turns. But if you trade the drain for the buff strip, it is worth 7 turns. This should be way higher. This should be 7 turns. This, like, the cooldown reduction was at, like, obviously this. But the cooldown was probably one of the bigger parts of the buff. This is just so nice to have, though. Third skill. Again, I mentioned that Tamamo had this buff, Goddess Metamorphosis. Only reason Tamamo had this skill buffed is because she stunned herself. That is the only reason she had this buffed. She does not have the star gen. But she has everything but the star gen. And it's only 3,000 damage. Again, I would not worry about this 3,000. This came up that this was probably the weakest part of Kiara. Like this part, it is literally a non-factor. It was a non-factor before they buffed her MP. It's even more of a non-factor now. Passive skills, 8% crit damage. The beast skill, I like to call it independent manifestation. If you see a servant that has this, they have the potential to be a beast. Flat up. They either are or were a beast or could be a beast. Merlin, there's a reason Merlin did not say, like, was not explaining why he was actually able to show. Like, part of it might have been bullshit. Or at least the Merlin we see towards the end, that is the actual Merlin, not the servant. Servant Merlin does not have this, but again, that also might be because he forcibly made it so he didn't. Lore thing. From what I understand, by the way. Again, I'm not super big on lore. I don't have everything memorized. I don't research before I make every statement. That's just from what I remember. 16% defense against humanoid enemies. What the fuck? All servants are humanoid except for. Why does she get more? Why does she get defense against most servants in the game? She's basically she gets the 1.5 that she has against cavalry against rulers as well. Like she'd be taking normal damage from them anyway, but now she actually technically has class advantage against rulers, which is why there is that one command seal of increasing damage against rulers and like lawful servants. It's because of Kiara, because she actually does get class advantage against rulers. Again, hilarious that this is an actual thing. They need to do more of this. They need to give like servants like random classes they have advantage against, because there's only a couple. Hephaestion is actually one of them. The trifecta. All of these are good on her. This is even better because A, she already has class advantage. She'd be doing more damage to rulers than she would casters and cavalry. She does more damage to rulers if you have this. Is she hitting Avenger numbers? No, but not that far off. Extra attack and MP. This, if you want to use her more in farming, this more in boss fights. This is win harder when this is buffing her passive. That's how you need to think of it. MP ignores invul, ignores defense, and heals. 5k. Overcharge gets up to 10k. You're probably not going to get this high, but it is not hard to get this high. And then if you run her with Tamamo, Tamamo is going to heal her for like 3,000. So, yeah, you heal in normal Kiara chains. If you want her doing most of the damage, you're running her with Castoria and Tamamo. Your cooldowns are the enemy is not going to be debuffed. They're always going to have something. And Kiara is probably going to be refunding better. I do need to preface that the more you use Kiara, hang on. Let me finish this part first, and then I'll go back to this. Arts buff 20%, max HP 3k, and reduces the party's max HP by 1,000 while she's on the field. This is like, some of these CEs are the reason they're not going to make them passives, because some of these are just too fucking strong to make an actual passive. Herc CE, too strong to like make a passive. A servant always has at least 3 guts when they start the battle, along with him having guts on a skill, along with him, you maybe even giving him another gut CE. Passive 20% arts. Yes, we have servants like that. And honestly, this 1,000 HP damage, max HP reduction, that's a non-issue too. That's not that much. I would take that over like 20% defense down. Like, this scale is way better than like the actual defense down demerit CEs. Like 10% defense down might get you killed, might get you one shot. Having 1,000 less HP will rarely be the reason you die. Kiara is EX. This is really easy choice. She is really fucking good. She only gets better the higher the more copies you have. The better your Kiara is in terms of MP copies, the more she just can do. I know that's like normal. It makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But her in particular, she gets a lot out of being higher leveled, more copies, because it's all of her stuff just make her function better. Her all of her pens do something good. Next up, we have one of my favorite theory crafting alter egos, KingProtea, Gao Gao, uh, Fuzzy Sakura, also somewhat Tiamat, and then we have her Lost Belt 7 KingProtea alter costumes. Notice that, and if you play through Lost Belt 7, you'll know that one of the servants that got turned into alters did not get a costume. The meme with Vitch, her dear Benny-chan. We might actually be getting Dark Benny, and that's going to be amazing. I don't even care if it's a welfare or not. All right. But we got KingProtea, aka Tiamat. Probably the reason why she did not come out. Like, she came out a lot later than the Melt. She came out significantly later. It was in like the rerun they introduced KingProtea. Base attack. Oh boy, this is high. This is like Bazett, super high base attack. HP. You don't really care what her base is because it's just gonna get bigger and bigger, ever expanding. MP charge 0.56. This is a bit of a problem, but not as much as you think. She will always have a super big battery in the back pocket. It's just like that has to be the nuke. It has to be the nuke. But it is good that she has 2 arts cards because again, alter egos don't have that kind of quick synergy that Moon Cancers or Foreigners or Pretenders have. She's closer to like a ruler. Her Star Gen shows. Don't worry about the quick guard. Extra attack is nice at 6, but this slow value, this not being a high value, definitely affects. First skill, and this buff has been out for a while. She gets 4,000 HP every turn for 10 turns. As in, each stack lasts for 10 turns. So she's a servant that gets 40,000 HP. Oh, sorry, 50,000. If you let her build up enough. And then you don't even need to protect her. Because she gets MP damage resistance by 8% for each stack. So 80% MP damage. If this skill is maxed out, you have 100% uptime on all this stuff. By the time this comes off cooldown and you start losing the stacks, you will just pop this again and you will just have more of this. This is not stackable, so you can't get 8,000 in one turn. That's not how this part works because it all comes from this. But yeah, the uptime on this is ridiculous. It's just that FGO does not facilitate stall comps like this. Not well, at least. Second skill is when you need to pop this when you need to. This is not something you do casually, otherwise you completely fuck up KingProtea's whole gameplay. If you do this, you either need to be ending the fight immediately or you have to be ready to pop this. And again, there is reasons to pop this. Like this being a school cooldown actually does give it value. Say your KingProtea has like really low HP. You pop this, she loses all the HP, but if you get this back off cooldown, you could start building it back up immediately. And that comes into where max HP is a little better than a heal because you can't waste it. If say she had she had the max 50,000 HP, but she only actively had like 10,000 HP, it still shows she would be in the red. She's at 20%. But when you get rid of all this stuff, her HP is almost max, and you start up the healing again, the max HP stacking. So a little better than a heal. But this, you're eating off, you're trading each stack of the growth for 20% battery. If you do not have higher than MP1, there's no you lose out on a lot. If you have more than MP2, hey, you can do an MP, like an overcharge 2 MP back to back. But the issue with that is when we come to her buffed monstrous strength. Now, goddamn, a 3-turn monstrous strength at 40% for 3 turns on a 5-turn. I don't see why they even buffed this. This is good on any servant, but they made it better, and you get MP damage for each stack of growth. So she gets 100% MP damage at max stacks, and then you could keep that 100% up indefinitely, as long as you don't get buff removed. Remind me again what Oberon does to MP damage. Doesn't he flat out double it? So she gets 200% MP damage from her own skill? Yeah, and the chance that you technically could double stack this, because unlike this, it does not say that you can't double stack this. So it truly is hilarious of what you actually can do with KingProtea, how high her numbers potentially can go. Her ceiling, like flat out, her ceiling is higher than Kukulkan. It is straight up higher, despite what this sheet would say. Alter ego, KingProtea. KingProtea is not even on here. Oh wait, no, this is foreigner. No fucking shit. KP. She has decent buster farming even on super scope at MP1. This is decent damage. And then when we come here, go to the other sheet. Her damage has a ridiculously high ceiling, and it gets way higher with Vitch stacking. Granted, you need to survive long enough for that to happen. Like, if you're trying to do like the big Chungus KingProtea meaty MPs and like crit turns, you have to be super patient, which FGO players are not. Gotcha players are not patient. Video game players are not patient unless they play games that patience is super rewarded. FGO players like to go really fast. KingProtea is counterintuitive, but she hits when you start stacking her up. She does single target damage on her MP, and she's so HP tanky that she can get hit a lot and just get passive MP and still be fine. And if you do any kind of healing, like say, I don't know, run her with Merlin, someone that heals, she's not dying. And then that Merlin doing like Merlin stalling, you stall out how long until you need to get her get the bitches out when she gets her stacks ready, when she's like sitting at 10 consecutively. The fact that she also can do buster farming, always a plus. But you have like the caveat with the buster farming is you straight up do not care about trying to go for big chungus damage. You're only caring about the wave. Oh fuck, I just remember we didn't even finish talking about KingProtea. Oh my god, we didn't even finish. 11% buster performance, crit damage, arts buff, awesome. She has double arts, double buster. Goss essence, she doesn't have magic resist, so this is nice that she has this. Good that she doesn't get debuffed. Power mod against rulers, it is not as good as it is on Kiara. I would say this. doing this does not increase your options, but if you don't have a super scope, this is very helpful. It will allow you to do the super scope farming. MP, if you have growth, mean it, and this does not mean you have this buff. You need the growth. You need this out after a turn, so you cannot pop this and pop get the benefit from our MP in the same turn. It has to be on different turns, which can be frustrating. But if you have it, an extra 20% activates first, adds the MP. You don't need this. It's just nice, which is why super scope damage doesn't completely gimp it, because you're not truly gimping it. Also, turn order. Actually, okay, so I haven't tested whether or not if you pop this, you lock in the MP damage, and then you can pop this and get rid of it. I'm actually not sure about that. Something I need to test, but I don't have KingProtea on JP. But if that is how it works, once this is locked in, you're good to pop this. Or if it's just there's only one of these and it just progressively gets more kind of like Mao Nobu, their damage might be more effective than you'd think. So A tier. Kirei. Rasputin. Yorokobe Shonen. This man is so fun to use, but trying to force him to arts farm is pain. He can do it. Your setups are weird. I was able to do it without double Castoria. So that is what he can do off the rip. And his design just looks fucking fire. First is him in the church, and then more Angermainu stuff. Sorry. Base attack, lower than average. Don't worry about it. HP, higher than average in the 14k range. Good. Traded attack for HP. You kind of do want him to be you do want him to be dying. You want his guts to be proccing. Moon? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is a moon trait? What the fuck is this? Oh, wait, hold a second. Wait. Why does he have a moon trait, but Artemis does it when she's the goddess of the moon? What the fuck is this shit? What is this trait? What is it even used for? MP charge, 0.42. He has high hit count. That's why it's the way it is. You're supposed... I would say you're supposed to be critting, but I don't think he even has crit damage in his kit. So that's something that's a buff he would very much like. He needs crit damage for his own. First skill, 2k heal, debuff cleanse, 30% attack on a 4-turn cooldown. Extremely high uptime for a skill like this. Easy cleanse, easy attack, not the best HP, but you really care about the cooldown. This could have been a 5-turn, and I wouldn't have mind it. 4 turns, awesome. If you run Tamamo, you can start double stacking this. Second skill, 2k damage to himself. Oh, he heals himself back anyway. Oh yeah, and by the way, these are targeted, which is nice, because if a servant gets stunned, but they have a debuff cleanse on their skill, well, how are they going to debuff cleanse themselves if they're stunned? How can they pop their skill if they're already stunned? So he can heal this, non-issue. MP, 30% MP to himself. This is the first part. 20% MP battery, if they are evil alignment. And if they are evil alignment, they also get an arts buff. He is lawful evil. Third skill, where you see all the memes for Kirei. So he grants himself a guts 1 time 3 turns. It is possible you always get the 1 guts, but then after that, if the guts procs, you have an 80% chance to get a new guts. That's where this comes in. Every time the guts procs, you get 20% MP damage for 5 turns. And it's also a taunt for 3 turns. Yeah. So this is part of this guts. It's not a separate buff. It's only going to show this. But this is probably going to stay on the field until you completely lose the guts. Once you fail this once, you're screwed. You're not going to get another chance, and you're probably going to die. Especially for the way people have been memeing him, because they use him with Shangong and watch him curse out to the Black Rail. The thing is, I've tried doing setups like that. He dies a lot. Like, a lot. It is so hard to actually get the good RNG for this. But my god, does it not result in super stupid good damage. In that specific Lost Belt 7 fight, I actually got this to proc like the full times. Like I got like 9 or 10 stacks of MP damage because I just got super lucky with when he was dying and he just kept the guts every time. You cannot change this buff success chance. You cannot change the chance of the guts actually proccing. Can't. It is always 80%. No buff success rate is going to change that. It has been well tested. That's just how it be. It would be, he'd actually be broken if there was a way you can guarantee that he forces the guts to proc. Because he could literally die 5 times in 1 turn. Black Rail, Shangong, and then he gets killed every single time by the opponents. And they just don't, the turn doesn't end. They just keep hitting him and he keeps dying. And then, another one. He just, no. Getting dotted would count with the Black Rail death. But yeah, 5 turns, 5 times in 1 turn. And also, if you sign in Bazett, that's even worse. He's gonna get even more copies because he's gonna keep hitting Bazett, and she's just gonna kill him with her MP. So he might get 160 MP damage in 1 turn, which is just mind-blowingly hilarious that he has this potential. But this is so hard to use, and it is literally a meme. Don't take it seriously. 8% arts buff. Crit damage. Nice that he actually has something. 8% star gen. He does have double quick, so cool. It makes quick cards better because they are good quicks. Debuff, mental debuff resistance. Not likely to get charmed. Sleep. Kiara's buff. Charmed. You know the deal. Immune to poison. This is a lore thing, and it's cool. But poison is literally the weakest of the dots. It is, because only one person gets a poison damage mod, and it's Robin Hood. When you would think that poison would have a bigger damage, it would make sense. Someone getting poisoned is so common in like history that you'd think servants having a poison like damage against people that are poisoned would make more sense, or they'd make poison tick harder. Just have base be a higher ticking dot than curse or burn, but it's not. Poison is literally the weakest of them. Because poison doesn't have a honey lake. It doesn't have people that do power mods against it. Besides Robin. And Jacques can apply that poison, the curse mod, to her party with her Bonsi. I don't think Robin can do that with his. He is a servant that gets the win harder. If you bring in a fight caster, he does more damage against casters. Not full rider class advantage, but damn near close. If you want to do farming with him, get this. It makes your life so much easier, speaking from personal experience, that he completely removed the card RNG that he needed before he got this. And that is with one Castoria and a Zufu. He needed this in order to make it cleaner. And even still, I use a Rash just to clear the first wave, also to get a Rash on level up. MP. AoE arts, 4 hits. Good. Base to base, say Summer Kama would be looping far easier. Just because of the MP gain. You can't really fix that. He doesn't have MP gain in his kit. Besides what Castoria would give him. Power mod against evil alignment. Burn 1000. And burn amp up 100%. Curse amp again 100%. 60% chance to insta-kill enemies with good alignment. Buffs arts buff one time activates her base 20%. Wait, why did I say that he insta-kills twice? There is some servant that is supposed to like insta-kill twice, but it's not Kirei. Yeah. This is not a factor. This is not going to come up often. Oh, Nidokris. Nidokris is the one that actually does the 2 insta-kill procs. That's what I was thinking. They came out so fucking close together. I forgot which servant actually had that on them. That double insta-kill proc. And I don't even think I talked about that when I was reviewing Nidokris. I don't know. All this time kind of blurs together for how many servants I've looked at, because I've looked at all of them in the last 3 months. More than I normally would. So this Spawn CE on him specifically is so goddamn nuts, because when you think about how many times his gut actually will proc, that is, you don't need quick cards. Like, actually, if you run Kirei optimally for 3 turns, you do not need quick cards, because he will drop 60 stars, bare minimum, up to 100. You just need 2 guts to proc, and then he's dropping this. This is not, from what this is, yeah. It is not saying you, it says when guts is triggered. This is not a one-time thing. Every time a guts procs, whether it is Kirei's or someone else's. And also, this is stackable with other guts. So Asclepius, Paracelsus, people that give him guts work. They work well with him. He gets an extra layer of protection. And Paracelsus specifically, because he also gives MP Gen and arts buff and an arts buff. The only reason Kirei is not EX is because of how RNG that 3rd skill is. There is no consistency with it, and I hate it. I hate how inconsistent it is, but god fucking damn it, is it hilarious to see him get like an easy 100% MP damage. Like, he gets the kind of MP damage I was talking about with KingProtea through memeing. You meme and you get that level of MP damage. All right, I'm gonna step up, stand up, stretch, back it a bit. So Dante's was last time, Gabby. I'm pretty sure I did put him in EX. All of these are time stamped on YouTube, and I'll bring up something about that YouTube later in the stream today, because I've had time to think on something, and it's going to come to a head like pretty soon. So give me like a minute, and yeah. Oh, I need my water. Yeah. All right. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right, we're almost at the halfway point. Next up, we have the giant elephant in the buster farming room. Kukulkan. This has to be Easy X. It has to be. There's no way you can say that. Like, fuck it. She might get her own. She might get her own. She can have legitimate argument to be placed in her own tier. Kukulkan. Kukulkan. Ken. I don't fucking know. I'm going to mispronounce this so easily because I am not from this background. I just try my best. This servant. What can I say that hasn't already been said? Nutty. They made her cooldowns just enough that she works in the buster farming. They made it work just enough. Base attack high, 12 point, pretty much 12.6, like right up there with Avengers. HP 13.3. Again, good. Not the highest, but not that bad. It is on the lower end though. But you really don't care. Star weight. Star gen. Decent gen. But she doesn't need star gen. She doesn't. 0.38. She refunds a good amount from this arts card. She probably will regen more from her buster cards critting with Vitch than she will her own arts card. First skill, 20% attack, 30% crit res, crit chance down, or crit chance resistance for 3 turns, and if you pay 10 stars, you get another 30% attack. So she gets 50% damage for 50% attack for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Dante's has a 50% attack buff on a 1-turn duration. And you could double stack this. You can double stack a 50% attack buff when Vitch and Oberon don't give attack buffs. This is why Kukulkan is as hyped up as she is. There is definite merit. Second skill is a targetable 50% battery. And if you consume 10 stars, you give them 2 hits of evasion and you let them ignore evasion. She does not need to pop this on herself. It's just very nice if she does. So technically, you can use her as a 50% charger for your others, like instead of using a support. But why the fuck would you? Third skill, 1 turn of invul. That gets upgraded in her passives. 30% buster, 50% crit damage, and if you consume 10 stars, you get 30% MP damage, which again is on a low enough cooldown that you can double stack this. So you get 60% buster and 60% MP damage, along with 100% crit damage. Where were what? Okay, so is this? There's no way that Kukulkan is supposed to be the new par. Because granted, yes, all the servants that have come out this year so far, even Pope Johanna, that I'm not the biggest fan of, but I do acknowledge that she is good and has a place. Or say Takasugi, who is fairly average, but when your average is the archer class and you either have monsters or coughing babies, to use another terminology, you have someone that is like literally double dips and gets 100% attack, 60 buster, and 60 MP damage. When like some of the best in class farmers, like say Ibuki, uh, they don't match that. Ibuki double stacks 40% attack for 3 to 6 hits. Buster, she double stacks for 60%. Crit damage, she will hit the 50 and double stack 200. She straight up has the buffs of like multiple different DPS servants like rolled into her own kit. Increases party debuff success rate 8% while she's on the field. She does not have debuffs herself. Right, she doesn't. But I mean, this is party wide, so she technically could be a support. You could technically use her as a support, but really, why would you? Her disgustingly broken passive. If she gets invul, it turns into like anti-purge, solemn defense, Castoria's MP, where if it's a turn of invul, you get a turn of this. If you get several hits of invul, it turns into several hits of this. Oh, and this actually says it. Version only effects actively triggered during battle, any that are passively acted. Ah, okay, that is good to know. You cannot just put invul Cs and she gets solemn defense. You have to actively put it. Does also mean that Castoria now gives her 2 different stacks of anti-purge. So you can't pop her arts buff, her threat to humanity buff, and her MP at the same time for Kukulkan. You have to do it one at a time, which is hilarious. It would have been even funnier if she had anti-foreigner or anti-berserker mob, but they're not gonna do it. But this actually does come up because there is, I believe, a moon cancer that has threat to humanity. Wait, does she actually have threat to humanity? She has existence, but that doesn't mean threat to humanity. What about you? You should. How the fuck? How the fuck? How the fuck does Kiara and BB not get threats to humanity? Oh. I mean, Kiara doesn't make sense, but BB kinda should, but doesn't. So yeah, this is more dead than I thought it was. Yeah, if you want her to do more damage, get this. This if you want more versatile comps, like maybe some Koyami. But yeah, depends, not much. And we're still not done. 50% power mod 2 threat against humanity. Foreigners. Here are these threats against humanity. More than half of them are foreigners. Influenced by the outer gods. That I think is the actual threat to humanity. The influence of outer gods. It has nothing to do with being a beast or anything, because beasts are technically they technically count under the umbrella of being part of the world. Threats against humanity are not part of the world. The exception actually being Oberon, which I don't know the full story because I haven't read Lost World 6. But these all, and also Ellie Chan's, I don't think they're getting influenced by some Cthulhu mythos being. They might be. It's Ellie. So she gets a power mod against people that she already would have class advantage, at least doing full super effective damage against. AoE, skill seals them, drops 30 stars because fair and balanced, and then power mod against Earth. And spoiler alert. Let's just go look at the foreigners. Oh. Is that most of the foreigners we just saw that were part of the threat against humanity list? Oh, they're Earth attribute too. And Oberon too, where she actually has full class advantage against. Whoever she hits very, very hard, she will just naturally hit them even fucking harder. This list doesn't include power mods. She matches Melusine. Number will be added back later. Oh, okay. Yeah. So she matches Melusine. Or like, is that when you're hitting this high, down 50,000 doesn't really matter. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter that much. They'd be doing whatever one kills, the other's gonna kill. One of them can do with Black Rail, the other just needs a Bunyan CE. This is why she is so good. She's double stacking such hot, like such all the buffs she wants at such high numbers. And she's not being hampered by cooldowns. Most other servants that would be putting up similar numbers to her, their skills simply are on too long of a cooldown that doing it in farming situations is just not viable. However, fucking damn it, Kim. However, in setups, you are more likely to see more servants hit numbers like this because you can run Atlas and still get people cycle in DPSs. She is EX and firmly will stay there. Possibly get her own tier. But I don't think I think she's that far above that she goes into a separate tier. If you catch my drift. Next up, we're definitely going from super high to maybe not so high. These are essentially the same servants, so that's why only one of them is here. They're essentially the same. Mecha Elis. And we will be getting her the super Halloween event this year. So if you're like me and you did not start at year 1, you will be able to get all of the CEs that came from Halloween. Base attack almost 10k, literally 3 away. So it's just basically 10k. It is 10k. HP not that much higher. This is actually really low HP for a 4-star. Like what you'd expect more from a 4-star berserker, not like an extra class. MP charge 0.9%. Good considering she like literally has the same fucking deck as Kukulkan except worse. So good. MP charge at 4%, like the rest of the Ultra Egos. First skill, 10 stars every turn and 30% defense on a 5-turn cooldown. Very good uptime on this. Second skill is what got buffed during the Super Halloween rerun. 20% battery, gets another star bomb. She still does damage to herself, but 25 stars from a buff on a 5 turn is nice and easily double stacked. Chance to remove own defensive buffs, Sag, all this shit. But what do you get for it? 60% MP damage, 60% crit damage. That scales pretty well with Oberon. I'm not going to lie. That's 120% off this alone. So that when you put Oberon's buff, that's almost 200 MP damage from 2 skills. 3, technically 3. Debuff res, 17%. Debuff success rate, 8%. This is useless, but because this is a welfare and all of the servants have their coins for this one, you can, I wouldn't level this one or focus on it, but it's like, you already have, if you have the gems, you can, because again, alter egos, they use gems for 2 classes. Berserker or Rider, if you have them, you can do it. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to affect her damage that much. You shouldn't be bringing her to fight sabers, but it's just more if you have to, you do more damage. MP, 8 hit single target, removes their defensive buffs, but it's after damage. Damage is here, 20% defense down, is overcharge. Do they really have the same? Is it actually the difference in the ball and CE? Hold on, let's actually check that. It's ow. It's the same CE, but it's just called something different. Yeah, literally the same. Which is, again, reason why I didn't make another one. Damage chart for this one. And as you can see, if you have her 3rd skill up, she outdamages Super Bunyan and Melt in most cases. And even if this is a 1 turn, it's so good. The issue is that thing about her 3rd skill where she yeets off all defensive buffs. Yeah, that fucking sucks. It's a damn good thing Oberon and Vitch don't actually give defensive buffs. Isn't that pleasant? You don't have to worry about it because you're not going to have them anyway. And if you do have Atlas, just don't pop the invul the same turn. Or wait until after you pop this before you pop the invul. It's not like it does it like a delay. It's literally when you pop it. It just sucks that this is on such a high. This part really actually does affect my placement. Because this is bad. This part is really bad if you have them. If you don't have them, it's a non-issue. And again, Vitch and Oberon don't give defensive buffs. But Vitch and Oberon working together is more farming. Like, this is for a challenge quest. You're fighting someone that's actually going to try and kill you. Not being able to use defensive buffs when you need to pop this and having to wait and maybe not have the timing right. Not good. Like, you cannot run her with Castoria. I don't know exactly why you would, but if you run Castoria, you have to wait until after it would be later in the chain, which that's when you're supposed to use Castoria MPs. Let's be honest. Yeah, this skill just hurts. I ranked down one of the 100 Hassans because of a skill like this. So you outdamage way more raw damage than Hephaestion. Hephaestion just has more utility. Your MP5 though. Unironically, like, I kind of think the other Ellie is just better. But you wouldn't be bringing them to do the same things. They're different servants. I'm gonna put you here and then possibly move you up or down. Melt. We got Melt. One of my favorite alter egos. No, almost not even a contest. For how much I enjoy Melt as a character, like you read Seraph and you're like, holy fucking shit. Like we already saw a prune timeline. Like, and I feel fine saying that because this came out fucking years ago. Melt came out years ago. I love her gameplay. I love her fucking buffs. They're all awesome. Now just buff the MP and make it so that she removes buffs before damage. So spoiler alert, we're actually going here first. 8 hit, single target, damage to one enemy, removes their buffs, ups her quick performance, low overcharge, and then it ramps up. I really want this buffed. Maybe let this proc first, and let this proc first, and that's literally all you need to do. Melt does not need a buff in the sense that her MP is weak and her overcharge is weak. The only thing that needs to happen is they need to proc first. I still like this MP because even if like the MP is not going to do much, it's not like she hits the hardest. Her face cards are going to be what fucking bite because you use her with Scotties. You crit with her. And boy, oh boy, can she ramp up crit. First skill was 2 hits, 3 turns evasion, and drop 15 stars on a 5 turn. Good. They made it better and gave it a battery, so now she can actually start with a 50% CE and just start right away. No interludes is sad because I want to read more about Melt. Second skill, also not the best. They made it even better. 30% attack for 3 turns, and then a nice little buff, very similar to Mori. Every time she normal attacks, and this procs first, she gets 15% crit damage. If you do not MP and you get 3 Brave Chains back to back to back, she ramps up to 180% crit damage. But realistically, it's 165. You get one attack where you get 165 plus crit damage from Roan Kit. But again, that is only if you don't MP in those 3 turns and you actually manage to get the Brave Chain in 3 turns back to back to back. In the grand scheme of the things, this 10% defense down, it sucks, but it's the amount of shit you get from this skill. I don't even care about this part. This is a non-issue. And finally, the first buff that she got. Reduces all enemies' MP damage for 1 turn by 50%. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, actually, by 50%. Reduces the party's MP damage except herself for 1 turn, 50%. Increases her own MP damage by 30% for 2 turns. So, yes, you can use her with Ruler Scotty, but you shouldn't be they shouldn't be MPing on the same turns. It is very nice that she gets this, because if she does not have this, her damage drops to definitely below Super Bunyan, probably closer to Sitonai. So yeah, she definitely needs this. She needs the multiplying buffs. It definitely helps her kit. Debuff resist 17.5%, 8% quick, 10% crit damage. You love to see it. Even more debuff resistance. She has base 40% debuff resistance. High Servant doesn't do anything. Mana loading is needed. Get extra attack after. Although right now, currently, like you can, since she doesn't have the battery, you can level this. But if you go for MP2, or have MP2 or higher, you definitely want this. We're not. This starter pen is useless. You're not bringing her to fight Lancers. Unless you need a buff like a buff strip, which there's so many better servants to do than bring Melt for that. 20% crit, 20% quick, 30% crit damage, all for the cost of reducing your party's crit damage by 10%. They could have made this like reduce your team's defense by like 20%, except herself. And this is so good. You're going Scotty crits. This is so good. This is another reason they're not going to make Bonsi use passives, because this is too much. This is too much power to come from a passive. If anything, they would probably a more likely fix is they just make it so you can actually level Bonsi ease. I love Melt, but I can't put her higher than A while her MP is unbuffed the way it is. She just needs the MP buff. Just make those two things happen first, and then she's easy X. Lady Avalon. I'm actually gonna go over this one first, because I'm still thinking on it. Can you go away, please? All right, Lady Avalon. Oh, I already opened it. That's why. Give a fuck, call me. This is Merlin. It's just Merlin from Arthur's world. She has this swimsuit is added as an afterthought. It truly is. Base attack just above average. HP just below that 14k. Unfortunate. MP charge 0.53. It's good. She gets a lot of passive MP, like a lot of it. So just putting her in arts chains is good enough. I've also heard her attack animations are very similar to Castoria. But I believe her hit count is better than Castoria's. And even then, like, it doesn't matter if Castoria has like weaker hits, because Castoria, she doesn't care. No, she. Okay, so you have Castoria's deck with just a better quick card, which is to Lady Avalon's benefit, because as you maybe not know, as you see, pretenders have a higher star gen, so her having a good quick card is good for star gen. Doesn't need it because you also passively gen stars, but it's good to have. First skill, 50% arts for 3 turns, max HP 3k, and 1 turn of crit damage. It is hero creation, but for arts. Second skill, party-wide charisma, 20%, 20% battery, and then an overcharge 1 time, 3 turns. So again, power crap Merlin skill. Like, these are pretty much, this is equal to Merlin's just for arts. This is a better version of Merlin's first skill. This overcharge makes all the difference and enables her use in invincible comps, and for other servants to be the DPS in invincible comps, not just her. Third skill, and a chunky 8-turn cooldown, party-wide invul, and then she gives a MP charge demerit. So instead of someone naturally getting AP at the end of their turn, they just don't get any. She gets 20% MP based on the number of enemies on the field. So if you are fighting 6 enemies, she has 120% battery on 1 skill. But if you're fighting 1 enemy, she only gets 20. So That definitely helps more and more enemies. But as you see here, MP charge minus is worse than an MP seal. But unlike MP seal, like say you can't that are immune to debuff MP seal, you still put this on. And it'll just make it slower for them to get to it. 4% arts, 11% debuff success rate, 5% battery passive, and then the stupid broken passive where she gets mana loading maxed out for free. So if you unlock mana loading, you start out with 40% MP. And then if you're fighting 3 enemies, all you need is her third skill, and then she's MPing that turn. AKA most farming. So if someone, I don't know, needs a little more MP gen, like they're just below where they need to be, you can just pop this. And then your looper is hitting where they need to. And that also is a whale thing, because the more copies you have of Lady Avalon, the better that strategy actually is. She has the Beast skill at a high ass rank. I've always been of the philosophy that Merlin, based on how they are, especially because they were able to tolerate, Keith Pulley was able to tolerate being around them for so long, that they always had potential to be beasts. I think that is actually something stated, that they do have the potential, but it depends on whether they care or not, or whether they give up about them wanting they give up wanting to watch from afar, or they like give up. If they give up on humans, like their story ends, they probably become a beast or something, or more likely to become a beast. Again, all this lore stuff I talk about during the tier list, don't take it with a grain of salt. My brain is fried from talking about like 30 different servants at once. 10% crit damage, insta kill resistance, buffs, mental debuff success rate. Out of all the ones that have this is the one that actually has numbers that matter. Like 10% matters way more than like 2. This should be your first priority, bar none. You should not get anything but mana loading first, because 40% every time you start, along with only needing to be fighting 2 enemies to be able to MP. When you max out the skill, no brainer. But this passive has weight too, because she has full advantage against, or not full advantage, she has advantage against sabers. So this is again a case win harder. These servants really do have these win harder skills, like because unlike rulers and avengers, they actually will get class advantage against who they get this against. More likely than not, it's either they get a good one or they get a bad one. There's no in between of them doing neutral. It's either going to be good or bad for them, with a very rare case of them actually being neutral. I mean, they have to go on the other extra class. Okay, so this is Merlin's MP with a twist. And the higher your MP copy, the more broken she is. You get 5k, but we're talking about here. I just wanted to point out that this was a thing and people were not happy about it, and especially because the character that came out before her was Arquid, who got better damage scaling based on MP copies when you hit niche. This is straight up more healing and more gen every turn if you get an MP5. Am I saying that you need to go for MP5 of this unit? No, God no. But if you get MP2, you're not gonna be upset. You get MP2, that's the sweet spot, as it always is. MP5 is just too much. And then you get stars every turn for 5 turns. These are 3 turns, so Merlin's... This is how Merlin distinguishes himself from Lady Avalon. He has healing, and his charge is static. Her charge works with higher levels, and she gives more HP. But the stars are always the same. You always want her MP to either go second or third, and it depends on who's in your party. If you have Castoria, it's second. If you have like Tamamo, it's still second. But all depends. Bonsi, arts, and crit damage while she's on the field. It's the arts version of Merlin CE. What a surprise. Okay, so what? And again, I don't want to say like, where did I put Merlin? This is just a reference point. Where's casters? Oh fuck! Did I not save casters? Oh shit! I don't. Okay, so I have to go remake this out. Go remake it afterwards. Well, fucking good that I know that. Holy shit. She's one of these two. Easily. I almost want to put A because Arts has so many good supports. But again, all the servants are directly compared. Just because there are a bunch of supports in other classes doesn't mean that she's not as good. Because she is good. Like, no, EX. Because she's a pretender. If she was a caster, there's no way she'd be an EX. But as a pretender, you can bring her to and she can actually do decent face card damage, maybe even kill something you're fighting, and she won't take less damage, but more damage is more damage. I could easily see the argument for in either one though. Idol, who I will be doing a full review on soon because she is very quickly going to be on NA, possibly within 2 weeks, maybe next week, but definitely in April. Mixa, Mysterious Idol X Alter. I put okay, yeah. If I put Merlin in EX, Lady Avalon has to go in EX. Thank you, Jack Stain. But I definitely am probably after this tier list. I'm just gonna remake it, and it shouldn't be that hard. I'll make sure to save it this time though. HP lower, but it's still good at 12k for a 4-star. I don't know, chat. I'm either gonna love this idol event or I'm gonna hate it. I feel like it's gonna come close to me hating it, just because I don't care about idols, but I don't like. They're basically VTubers. I like these days idols and VTubers aren't that different. Very similar roles, but I know idols are all about music and just looking cute. I'm probably gonna hate it every time Meb shows up though. Deck, good hit count. Nothing really to say, especially with having high gains. But it is X Alter who just like Okita has like really good gains. Oh, I hate to see this. Quick buff, 30%, 3 times 3 turns. Why? Just give her the. If you don't want her to have like a lot of this, just give her the 20. Just let her have 20% for 3 turns. Don't give her this 3 times shit. Because I never will like this hit based buff. I get it for Ibuki. I get why they don't want to give her 40% attack for 3 turns. I get that. But it's still fucking annoying. It is so goddamn annoying. I hate this hit-based stuff. Because 100% chat, they built it because of BB. Summer BB. I don't know for sure exactly when they started the hit-based, but it's more noticeable with BB out and the kind of shit you can do on the current 90 double plus that BB is a legitimate option for support for like forcing the crits. Also, this is a weak dodge, but at least you can't waste it. 100% crit damage for 1 turn and increases damage against mechanical enemies for 3 turns. It is hilarious that she has this because wait, Lubu counts as mechanical? Wait, what? Okay, so there are actually a decent amount of berserkers, but holy fuck did X got shafted because like most of the mechanical servants are alter egos, which you would not bring for her to fight. Fucking sucks. But I mean that does mean that any Summer Passionlip, that is Summer KingProtea, I don't think that's gonna happen. But you never know. She will have advantage, and they're probably not going to be alter egos. But again, Summer Abby is a thing, so there's no guarantee. Cool. On a 4 turn, that is big. She basically has 100% uptime on a power mod. Granted, it's a small power mod, but at least it's something. 20% attack, 2k heal, reminiscent of MHX alter on a 5 turn. So all very low cooldowns, very very low. Like lower than average for quick. Like having a 4 turn skill as a quick servant is nuts. Because any kind of cooldown reduction and you're popping that basically like it's a Scotty reduced the cooldown. Existence outside the domain, very weak, 2 stars per turn at 4% and 4% debuff resist. But she has ult reactor, so it's like slightly better than a magic resist. And then buster performance up 60%. And again, she is double quick, double buster, so Ruler Scotty, OG Scotty compatible. You can use both. Either one gets more super high benefits than the other. But she does have anti-berserker, and again, it is fucking hilarious that she has this. Because there are berserkers that have this, and the latest one, Galatea, is mechanical. They made a servant that is a direct counter to a gacha servant that just came out. I find that hilarious. MP 4-hit quick, AoE, damage mod against evil alignment, good, that is a lot of enemies. And I would think a lot of berserkers would have evil alignment. We got 3, 5. Yeah, we got a lot of berserkers that this works on. Not all of them, but like a good handful. What is this? 7. No, 8, 10 here, and 15. Yeah, like half of the berserkers are weak to Idol X in some way. Oh, also, were any of those servants here? Any of the mechanical ones, I mean. Lubu, but I mean being super giga effective against Lubu is not the highest of praises. Yeah. She does have it against Oberon and Ellie, but that's about it. Also the other foreigners, but Kukulkan. If you want a foreigner to do battle against other foreigners, that's probably the one I would bring. And then quick res, one up for 1 turn, activates first, 20% base. And then she gives party power mod against mechanical and evil alignment traits, servants. So wider net than being super focused on a certain group of servants. It's just a wide net. The mechanical isn't a big thing. If you get it, you get it. I wouldn't fully build on it. Like, oh, I'm fighting Galatea as the boss in this 90 plus plus. I need to bring Exalter. She's going to be so good. Yeah, she's going to be good, but if it's not a good node, like, you shouldn't expect her to be looping. She probably will eviscerate Galatea on that node in the third wave, but that's not going to be the whole. That's not going to be the whole node. You're not going to be fully looping with Idol X. She's not on this list. Yes, she has super high MP gain, way higher than anything else. Like that, or not than anything else, but most AoE quick servants do not have this high of an MP gen. It's just she doesn't have. She's hampered by having 4 hits and hampered by not having an MP gain skill. If she got MP gain on one of these skills, like as a buff, probably this one, party wide MP gain, she'd probably actually be it'd probably be possible to loop. I mean, Lakshmi can loop. She can do it, and she has lower base gains, but I'm pretty sure Lakshmi got buffed that she has MP gain and a quick buff. Yeah. This was literally enough to get Lakshmi to loop, and Lakshmi is not that far off of Idol X. So that is literally what Idol X needs. She needs an MP gain skill. If it's 30, even better, but she just needs at least like 20. I would say probably 30 would get her to actually do it. And when we come to AoEs, she's here. Mechanical or evil, they're the same. The power mods give the same amount of damage. Oh shit, I forgot to have chat up. This whole tier list. I'm sorry, chat. My computer crashed and I got thrown off all my shit. My bad, chat. I'll have chat up for the rest of this tier list. All right. Yeah, numbers 74k if she gets all of them, which blows every other AoE out the goddamn water. But it is Lubu. It is Berserker Lubu that you get full advantage on, and Galatea. Those two are not the most common of enemies that you will see at the end of 90 plus or 90 plus plus, or really any node that has like significant weight. So it's cool that she has this stuff, but there's no one that's like, oh, I'm gonna modify all the enemies and basically turn them all into robots. We don't have a servant like that. If we got a servant like that, that is amazing support for MIX. That is amazing support for Mixa. But she doesn't have that. Her being just a good AoE MP5. Actually, yeah, compared to Jacques. Like her MP5 is close to Jacques' MP2. So actually comparable to what mine can do. But yeah, I think she's held back too much by the fact that she has the 3 turns. I'm putting her in B just because of that. Because it's cool that she has that 100% crit damage on a low cooldown. But by the time that comes off cooldown, she's probably not gonna have many other buffs. You might have one turn where you can do like super good damage, but you need the cards for it. And you also need to reduce the cooldown. And it still won't be as strong because you probably used up some of the cards in that buff. Or some of the charges for that 3 times 3 turns just by the other 2 turns. So even if you Atlas code reduce it, you're still not hitting good damage. Chat, I'm just gonna show her MP. I'm just gonna show what kind of damage she can actually do at MP1. Fucking hilarious. If you bring her to fight Saber Hokusai, she eviscerates her into the next fucking dimension at MP1. Literally triple the damage. And if you bring her to fight a Saber Servant, she does more damage than single target archers. She does more damage than the strongest single target archer, even when they have full class advantage. Threats against humanity too. The hardest things in the game for foreigners, and she also will get class advantage against them. There's not many, like Saber Hokusai is the one. It's like the one that does not have, that isn't weak to her, or what is it? Mecha Eli. You wouldn't bring out checks to fight the Mecha Elis. She's going in EX. She's the best. She is. I say it as a joke, but she is literally one of the best single target archers in the game. MHX has better staying power for 3 turns. MHX Alter is the tactical nuke that completely kills it, and then you'll probably refund. MHX is the tactical nuke. She won't explode. Yeah, like MHX Alter is a suicide bomber. She is just, or a suicide tactical nuke. MHXX is just a tactical nuke. When you bring her to fight what she needs to, she's just really, really good. And she's like, base to base, she's already out damaging the single target archers. So like really, I actually do want to compare her. Like her numbers wise, I want to compare her to the single target archers, and even just as like this number, because most foreigners are threats against humanity, and then Oberon is also a threat against humanity. He's a pretender. Eli, yeah. So let's get started. And make checks after she got a day job. So basically me these days. And funny enough, I'm gonna be getting my 3rd year, which is, I'm pretty sure MHX is supposed to be 3 years older than X. But it's all gag shits, and it's time travel too, so who fucking actually understands? Because she came out before Summer, she came out before Saber Wars 2, so it's even more confusing timeline. Also, this Ascension art is some of the best in the game. It is so clean. It's not that lewd, but it is very nice. Good star gen, even though she has only one quick. MP charge at 0.64. It is very possible to loop her MP. You just need to crit, and she actually gives herself ways to do it. Invul for 1 turn, and a 50% attack buff, again, for 1 turn. And I say she's a tactical nuke. She is a tactical nuke. She will fall off, as most others do. But this is so much burst damage, you kind of don't care. Fate is weird sometimes, indeed. 20 star bomb, but kills her own star weight for 1 turn, 100% on a 4 turn cooldown. That's nice. Third skill, ignores invul, 30% battery, increases damage against threats against humanity for 1 turn. This is not part of the MP, so technically, you do not. If you have like a really good crit turn, you can just pop this. Yeah, you can just pop this on that crit turn and probably kill whatever foreigner like real quick. But you know, you use this in an arts MP chain, and then you do so much damage, and then you also loop your MP. And going back to these numbers, if she's hitting threat against humanity, more likely or not, she's getting class advantage. So it either goes to here if she's fighting. Wait, no, it's always going to be doubled. Berserkers, foreigner. Hold on. Actually, let me bring this up. I actually have to make sure of this. Whether foreigners are actually doing double damage or 1.5. Yes, she is doing double damage. So back here. So if they're not threat against humanity, but they are a foreigner, she's doing this damage. If they are threats against humanity and they're foreigners, she's doing this damage. There is never a case where she's gonna get these two increased unless somehow some boss fight magically turns. Oh wait, there is a boss fight that turns everyone to foreigners. Oh, right, but you don't get that. You don't get to take advantage of that. The enemy does. You don't. And unironically, you're fighting MH XX in that fight too. It would be fucking hilarious if she actually got a skill that turned whoever she's fighting into a saber servant or gets counted as a saber servant. They're never gonna fucking do that. It'd be cool if they did introduce another servant that could do that, but they're not gonna do it on this servant. Passes 2 stars per turn. Debuff res. Star Gen buff, cool. She only has 1 quick card. This makes it even better, and she has a good Star Gen stat. Crit damage 10%, and her quick card just gets even better. I do remember her having good quick cards when I used her a lot. Mana loading, very important. If she has a 30% battery, you start off easier, but you know, extra attack too. Damage against moon cancers, this does, I mean, there's a reason to have this because BB is the reason why you would level this skill. Oh wait. No, okay, wait. No, existence. Oh my god, I'm getting existence outside the domain and threat against humanity confused about what servants are actually in it. Because sometimes they go hand in hand and other times they don't. Yeah, so don't worry about this, Apan. Do not worry about this one. These two. Yeah, the reason MH XX hit so hard is that because they actually buffed her MP and they gave her full double damage against saber servants. This is why she's the best archer. Why the fuck would they do it? And it's even high. It's higher than what it was. She didn't even just get this part. She always had it. So 100% equals 1.1x and multiplied by base MP damage. Battle stage. I'll look more about that later. Now that all the tier lists are going to be done. And yeah, also she buffs her attack because she did not have an attack buff in her kit. Oh no, she does. She gets 70%. I do think she's running so much into attack that Castoria just works so well with her. And if you actually are fighting a threat to humanity, you're getting Castoria like literally double buffing her even harder into the niches. That is why she's EX. Because when you put her with Castoria, who is the best art support, while she's an art servant, she literally double dips into her own niche so goddamn much. She doesn't have that much competition. Her main competition for killing threats to humanity is her. This is her competition. You bring them to fight the same fucking people. If you're like trying to do max damage. But she also can go outside of just one niche and hit a completely different niche harder than everyone else in their own class. She's EX because she's the best single target archer. Or one of the best. Because, arguments for which one's better between MHX, MHXX, MHXA. We got 10 more. Oberon ZX. Yeah, okay. Like this I can explain this or I can go really, really fast. I think I'm gonna go really fast because Oberon does not need much more introduction. High base attack, HP good, MP charge. You really don't care, but he does have good quick cards. He gets good back from the arts card if you actually click it. Buffed by Jolter, haha, funny, and Meb, haha, funny. Threat against humanity gets clapped by MHXX for good reason. You know what? I think they put in threat against humanity just so he could get killed by MHXX. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. AoE, 20% battery along with the 30% MP damage. Multiplicative buffs. This is what Tamamo gives, except it's for the party. Second skill, 50% targeted battery. And if this goes off, that servant gets drained 20% after that turn. So if they're an arts or quick servant, they get screwed on refund. If it's a buster servant, if they're not Artoria, they don't really care because they're probably not getting MP back from just the MP. But I mean, in a boss fight, this does matter because if you're getting MP back from, say, buster crits, you're going to lose half of what you got if it was a full buster chain. And 20 stars. This is slept on. People forget this part exists, but it is there. Don't forget that you have it. You don't have to put it on your farmer. You can put this on someone else and try to get another MP going if you have that much battery left. And then this one. Okay, so I am going to make this very, very simple. 50% buster buff for one turn. If it was 3 turns, it wouldn't fucking matter because you're only going to get 1 turn. They up to doubling your MP damage that you have on that servant. It even counts stuff like Black Rail. And then you get put to sleep. That servant is bricked. You cannot use it. You cannot get away from this. If they get bricked, you cannot swap them out. You just have to wait for them to die from this. And if they do not die in the 3 turns, well, fuck, now you have a servant that can't do shit. And it ruins you trying to do 90 plus because now you have cards you cannot use. Oh, and you can't sacrifice them either. No Chengong. This skill is nuts, but and the price to pay for it is so goddamn high. Okay, also, and this is a funny thought. So Mega Man Battle Network is coming back. Like the full series as like you can buy all 10 games for like $60. It's gonna come out on Switch and Steam. In one of those games, if you use a dark chip, you literally lost 1 permanent HP. And I just find that would be so fucking funny if that was actually a thing with this game. Like imagine how many people would have like servants that have like 1 HP because they farmed so much with Oberon. Oh my god, that would be so fun. That would be so fucking funny. And it would only be like a gag for like 1 day or something, not a permanent thing. But I just think that would be funny if like just 1 day, probably on April Fools, people just spawn in and their unit just straight up dies because they use this skill so many times on their servants. Oh, that's honestly, I want that to happen just for one time. All right, so increases party debuff success rate by 10%, except foreigners, except foreigner enemies while he's on the field. So he does buff up, not this shit, but landing stuff, landing debuffs. If you bring Merlin with Oberon, he makes it so Merlin might not land his debuffs. He turns guaranteed buffs into chance base. So I don't even know why they put this part, because it's not like Merlin's activating anything when he's not on the field. But basically, do not put these two together on the field. Or if you're going to, at least pop Merlin stuff first. No, even the MP. You cannot have Oberon and Merlin on at the same time, because Merlin's MP might not actually grant buffs. There is a world where if you have Merlin Oberon on the team, you cannot. Merlin's MP actually does fucking nothing. Like shit like this. Like, this is a meme. Like, I kind of just want to see that, like, one. So much stuff you can do, just fun stuff. Basically, a non-existent territory creation, debuff success rate, so very high chance of landing his debuffs. Quick performance, good, because he does have good quick cards. Mental debuff immunity, curse immunity. I fucking hate this part. Okay, more story time with Light. When I got Oberon and I was doing his rank up quest to get this version of him, I fucking hate this mission. The reason I hate it is because I did not have any other good foreigners at the time. So I was stuck using Jacques and Hokusai against a servant, a pretender servant that was immune to her own fucking niche. I am biased in hating Oberon's fight there. But it is a really fucking annoying fight. I don't look forward to it. It's not going to be fun. You are going to get so frustrated at RNG bullshit. It's not even funny. If you do not have double Castoria, or you don't have servants that have debuff immune, that fight is going to be a nightmare for you. I'm not saying you're going to summit your monitor or your phone, but maybe make sure that your phone is on a flat surface and not in your hand and ready to get thrown. Maybe make it so when you're doing this stuff, don't have your phone in your hand. Put it on the table. Put it in a soft place so you don't accidentally fucking break it. Because, my god, do you get debuffed to hell and fucking back in that fight. He's a support. I always say supports mana loading is important, but he can do some DPS stuff. You can stun lock with his MP, like actually stun lock enemies, which funny, but it's not for everyone. This is useless depend. MP. If he had a non-damaging MP, he'd be so much better. I feel he would be so much better, so much more beloved, but he's not. He has an annoying MP on paper. AoE Buster removes their offensive buffs. Cool, Muramos does this too. Then he puts them to sleep. Not a big issue, but this is the issue because he puts Invul on them. So on paper, this sounds fucking stupid because you can't do cards at the end of his chain, and you have to put his MP last. But at the same time, This is basically a stun that bypasses stun immunity. And this is there to make sure you don't stop that. Power mod against lawful alignment. It's cool. There are a lot of knight class that are lawful. Like literally up to here. This is 40 servants just in lawful good alone. Then you have like all the other stuff. The berserkers. You have your alter egos, and there are a lot of them. Here we add in another, what was that? 13, and then more here, and Passionlip. More knight class, but not nearly as many that are lawful evil. And then just a couple more to fill that in. And then some lawful summer. Like, don't get me wrong, like, he has a good MP. I just, like, I might have preferred him if he was support, but he can do the damage if you need it. And he is being used in the 90 plus. He is useful in that 90 plus going on. Bond CE, power mod against lawful. Just generally good. There was no way he wasn't going in EX. There is no way. Oh, and then we go from that to Sag, and it's not even her fault. We all know what buff she's needed for forever, and they just have never given it to her. Okita Souji alter. I do have this unit. She's not done yet. I need like another half off AP campaign, and then I'm not worried about skills. I'll just be worried about monuments, and then I actually go somewhere because I'll get some skill gems while I do that. Yeah, I just need the skill gems, and then I can start testing out some of these units on the ult account. This is a servant that, depending on what costume you have, it changes whether they're counted as a female or unknown. So cool that there's that utility. And it's because this is her sword. This is Rengoku. And you can really notice it by the eye, see kind of soulless. While this is that's just her eye color. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Rengoku and her sword, just look at this. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is Rengoku. This is Rengoku. Although, yeah, Rengoku. No, okay, gender unknown. Right, gender unknown. That's why gender unknown. I would not put that outfit on a male child. But I mean, if they're gender unknown, I guess it really doesn't matter. Enough about that. Base attack, high, good, about almost 12.5k. HP lower. Yeah, this is 4-star number. She has low HP. Not enough to like say it's shit, but it's not good. Maybe charge 0.7%. She has a very good card refund. Very good. Her, like, she's not refunding like Jack or even OG Okita, but her regen is very good. First skill. And all of her skills have been buffed. They refuse to buffer MP, which is where a lot of people say that's what they needed to buff. 30% quick and buster up. Didn't need to be buffed. It is very nice, but this card numbers is standard. They buffed it most recently and gave it Sky attribute. much like Nero Bride. So now she has a definite niche. Sky attribute, cavalry class, which not the biggest, but not the smallest either. More than half of the Sky attribute servants she has class advantage to, or is at least neutral. Good, good to know. Second skill was just 30% battery and star weight. Now it's also 3 attacks, 3 turns at only 20%. This is underwhelming. I don't think they would have made it 3 times. I think they would have just made it flat out 2. If this came out when it did. Like strengthening 1. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a 3-year-old buff now. And then first interlude. This is a lot more recent than I thought. Right. Yeah. So very soon, or not very soon, but after Summer 6. So after Summer Okita comes out, buff the MP damage, gives her overcharge, and gives her evasion. She is able to do buster farming. If you didn't know, she is able to do it. You need Oberon, but she can do it, which is a big plus. Debuff resist 17.5% and base 10% crit. You need mana loading if you want to do buster farming with good numbers, aka no super scope. Extra attack, just make her carding look even better. But once again, she has a win easier. And on casters specifically, it's good because they have the best refund. So her quick card is are gonna gen so much MP from this. So any of her appends are a dub. This is just to loop easier, and this is to hit harder, and this is just to card better. Or when you card better, you get better results. MP is where it suffers. 7 hit buster, no normal effect, reduces their buster resistance after damage. Again, please if they finally buff this, make this proc first. Give it another normal effect. Hell, fucking give her MP gen so she's looping even better as an Okita servant. Just make this happen first. Really, though, what they should do is quick res down too. Make both of them proc first. Like basically reverse Oki, and I'll give her a normal effect too, please. Give her a normal effect. Bonsi, quicken buster 10% while she's on the field. It is tragic how like people have been asking for an MP buff for years and they just never gave her one. But as you can see, like she hits when you're bringing her to fight assassins, casters, riders. She puts in good damage. Like again, and this isn't even like. This honestly does look better when you consider this is not double damage. It's 1.5. So I don't really need this, but this is for clarity's sake. Divided by 1.5. 26,000 in the double Vitch Oberon setup. Which, compare it to the casters, assassins, and riders, where they're doing double damage and she's doing the 1.5. That's where they beat her out. If they are not hitting hang on. I want to say the choke point, but like Ivan, she's beating out. Drake just barely beats her out when fighting casters. And then we come here. Q caster does beat her out. at MP5. Nero barely beats out Okita. Definitely beats out Wu. And then for Assassins, Gray just shits on her. There's not going to be a contest where he's going to be hitting 550,000 against Riders. Okita is not going to come close. But everyone else on this list, she beats out Vitch when she gets Rhaenys, which is one of the highest attack buffs. So outside of having Reigns buffing her up, she's not outdoing it, and neither is Guchan or Semiramis. So as a buster farmer, she's better than like 90% of them. Or yeah, like there are servants that do it better, and we're coming back to like the Spaces Shar fix. They made servants that hit harder than her in their own specific niche, but she hits into different niches. So she's more versatile. I need her MP buffed. I need her MP buff before I put her in EX. And also, like, this is the weakest part. This being weak 3 times 3 turns sucks. Her niche isn't the... Oh, yeah, also the niche. So against Sky Attribute, she actually might outdamage some of those servants I mentioned. She might actually outdamage them. Passionlip. Yeah, we are almost done with alter egos. We have Sitonai and then Taisui, and then we're done with alter egos. We truly are almost at the end. 8 more. Passionlip. No joke you can say about her boobs has not already been said. And she hates her boob size. She legitimately hates how big her boobs are, and wants and she does she has metal arms. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have actual hands. Those Durga or those giant claws are her hands. It's not armor. Unlike Melt, who I think does have normal hands under a jacket, she just can't feel anything, and she has them wrapped up to just for reason. I don't think anything is actually wrong with them. It's just it's her preference because she can't feel anything from them. Base attack high for a 4-star, HP fucking low for a 4-star. This goes up to being closer to average, at higher levels, but this is low for a 4-star. This is close to what a Berserker would have. Which, I mean, she has the Berserker deck, so that fucking makes sense. They probably built her like a Berserker and then made her an alter ego. Does she take Berserker coin? Yeah, she does. She actually is. Oh, that's funny. MB charge 0.77. At 3 hits, that's okay. Quick card, 4 hits, not the best. Okay hit count, not good, not great. First skill enables her buster farming. Reduces damage, right? She can do buster farming. Yeah, it's double Oberon buster farming, but she can do it. 3 attacks, 5 turns for damage cut, 1,000. More important thing is 3 times 5 turns for debuff immunity on a 5-turn cooldown. You're probably not even gonna use up all 3 of these in 5 turns. So this is more protection than you probably need, unless you're fighting a really debuff heavy boss. 20% buster and a 20% battery. Again, this unlocks her double Oberon farming. And as an alter ego, I don't know, double Oberon, you're more likely to get class advantage. Um, I don't want to say it's good damage, but at least it's it's serviceable. And she would be, I think, the Pretend-Eli, her damage is this high because she's MP5. That's why she's up here. They should have, unless okay, actually I need to real quick. Yeah, if she was actually neutral evil, she'd have higher, like way higher buster farming numbers, like unironically. Yeah, so they, oh yeah, the 10% here. Their double Oberon farming numbers, at least when she's at MP5, should be similar, but it just goes down from there. 24 base, and then when we go to Pretenders, 18 base. Her double Oberon damage should actually be somewhat comparable. They should be somewhat similar, which again isn't bad, but that is MP5, so her MP1 damage is probably close to 150, 200,000. If I had to do like a rough estimate. Second skill, also buffed. Taunt, 1 turn, increases defense for that 1 turn. Masochistic constitution. Y'all should fucking know what that means. And if her HP is less than 50%, she buffs her attack ridiculously high. Another reason why I think her double Oberon damage should actually be like fairly good for double Oberon, like all things considered, is because she's getting this. And like, I don't want to say you're able to do it, but there's probably some weird scenarios where you can probably get this double stacked at a good number. At least one of the stacks will be like close to this, like somewhere in the ballpark of 30 and 50. But yeah, if you can get this to proc, good damage added. Boss fights, you'll probably get it procced much easier. Third skill, even more attack, 30%. Ignores invincibility. Chance, 10% chance to insta-kill. 1 attack, 3 turns. I hate this. I hate that it's only 1 attack. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Why is the insta-kill chance 10% if you can only do it once? And it's only normal attacking too. 30% defense. Yes, chance to stun, but like this negates it, so don't worry about it. Debuff 6 resist 15%, crit damage 6%, MP star gen 10.5%. So okay, so why does she have Archer? No, like this should have been Berserker and Assassin, because she has a Berserker deck and she's built like she has Assassin passive. I don't fucking know. Even more debuff res, so it's actually 35%, and then High Servant does nothing right now. A pen that actually does something, more damage against assassins. Good. Mana loading. So this because you're not doing double Vitch, unlock mana loading just so you can use a non-cape MLBK scope, and you need to save this to be able to do the Oberon damage turn. And then MP 12 hit AoE party heal 3k. Kind of counterintuitive because she wants no, not counterintuitive. She needs a guts. That's what she needs. She needs a guts to take advantage of this, and then this to heal back up. Bonzi, 20% buster and reduces the entire party's debuff resistance by 20%. Not even like everyone but her, everyone. Yeah. Unfortunate. She needs one more buff. She needs one more buff. She is solid though. B. Like damn, Abby. I don't. Yeah, straight up, I don't think that we're gonna get another servant below B. I think both Abigails are the only ones that are here, and like this Abigail actually would be up here. Fuck's sake, extra class too strong. All right, we have the most Ilia or Sitonai Ilia, at least of the Ilias, because you could argue that the Ilia from Prisma Ilia is more Ilia because she's more blatant about being a pervert. More blatant about being a pervert when she's 12. Dear God, how because also chat, if you didn't know, in the original Fate Sea Night, that Ilia told Berserker to go and pretty much go rape Rin and Saber. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I needed water to finish this one out. All right. Okay, so this is the Ilia that actually does have memories of Fate Stay Night. It is like said it multiple times. She named her bear after Shiro. She I believe in Lost Belt 2, she actually summoned Heracles, and it just shows like how tied those two are to each other. Attack higher than average, HP almost 14. Okay, good. MB charge 0.83, 2 hits, unfortunate. Her quick art is decent, but if she wants to do crits, she needs more stars. First skill, Invo for 1 turn, party-wide damage cut 500, 3 attacks, 3 turns. This is pretty weak. This is like, it's this skill, and then this was just a cherry thrown on top, so this might get buffed. 30% arts, debuff immunity 1 time, 3 turns. On a 5 turn, I don't think they would buff this skill. It is pretty good. Like and you can not double stack this, but you can have pretty good uptime on this. Third skill, 20% chance, or no, 20% attack, 10 stars per turn, chance based. I would not be surprised if they buff this skill and give you buff success rate up like 20% along with one other effect. Just to guarantee this. 10 stars every turn for 3 turns helps with actually getting the crit to loop her MP and a 30% battery. So you are going to want mana loading. Not going to go for this because you are not bringing Illy to fight Sabers. So it would be this one and then this. Magic resist C, 15%. Territory creation A, 10%. Debuff success rate, 8%. Good, because her MP does put on the debuffs. Goddess Essence, 22.5, so her base debuff success rate is 37.5%. MP, 6 hit single target arts, reduces dragon MP gauge. Like, I see dragons a lot, like the actual dragons, like all the time in nodes. And a lot of the time they're either riders or they're like night class, so that's up in the air how useful that is. But dragon enemies, I want to say like half of them she has class advantage. Like this is 15, no 17. This is, yeah, I want to say like half of them, and then she's just not. You can't bring her to fight these two. But I still think this is like it being dragon is stupid. She should have power mod against dragon, not a drain against dragons. But the rest of her MP is okay. Defense down and crit chance down, and you can ramp these up. But this procs after damage. Arts buff and MP damage while she's on the field. And then when we go to damage chart, if I remember right, Ilya's damage isn't that good. Yeah, she's hitting basically like a single target archer when she doesn't get her attack buff. When she does get her attack buff, she hits harder than most of them, but they would have full class advantage. For comparison's sake, I bring up the single target archers because A, argument that keeps going back, and B, it is actually like staggering. It is mind blowing that so many of these servants do not have like buffed MPs, or their buffs aren't significant enough. Where was I? Sitonai. Yeah, I already said that. Sitonai. She's here or here. I don't think she's A. Her skills are too underwhelming. Yeah, no, she can be in B. And again, if I have to move some servants down, I'm not touching EX. And I'm probably not. Yeah, like if I was to mess with the tier list so far, it would be like bring you down and then bring Ilya down. But I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, no. No, it's fine how it is. This Abigail isn't that bad. Taisui, you are going in extremely niche. I said only no other servants would probably be going here. That is true, but Taisui is going here because his best use case is against 6 enemies, and when he does his job, holy shit, does he do his job good. If you are doing any kind of curse meme team and is 6 enemies, you need to bring Taisui. If you're constantly filling enemies in the boss fight, the Carmilla and Space Ishtar fight in particular, holy shit, is he so fucking good in that? Because then you start ticking people for like 40,000 damage each. But again, that is a very specific case when you were fighting cavalry class servants in 6 enemy nodes. So, Taisui, base attack, close to the average. I think this is one of the lowest base attacks we've seen today. HP, again, not that high. But I mean, compared to Passion, this is a lot better. Normal 4-star numbers. MP charge 0.43%. Pain point. Why he's able to do 3-turn farming. His refund just isn't the best. Is he even on this list? Yes. Ocean, and he's stuck at a 50% CE. Luckily, though, this Ocean Flyer damage is pretty damn good. Like, if it was MP1, it wouldn't be as impressive, but MP5, similar in nature to, like, Jason, how hard he hits. Even though, like, he doesn't refund the best. Yeah, like, Obviously, Taisui. Actually, they'd be doing around the same damage. But yeah, him not being able to do Black Rail sucks. It's awesome from being the best, which it's fine. He doesn't need to be the best. He doesn't need to. He has Kiara, who has the same number of hits. Like, would you use Taisui or Kiara? Probably Kiara. Or Rasputin. Yeah, again, also, this is a reason why I am putting him in super niche. Because if we were comparing, like, arts looping, he falls so short compared to Kiara. And Kiara has 3 hits, too. She just refunds better and has more, like, more stuff to help her. Taisui doesn't have that. Too far. Star Gen, slower than average, but he has decent quicks. Hit count falls short on the extra. 20% arts, 20% MP gen, and 10 stars return. Nice. This definitely helps, and these are all AoE stuff. I mean, this is not AoE, but it does help the party. But these two are AoE, so if you want to use him as an esports unit or just as a support or sub DPS, you can do that. This is not selfish. So he would make Kiara or Rasputin loop better. But I mean, if you're gonna do that, just bring if you need a support, just bring Zufu. She comes out like a couple months after him, so there's literally no reason for you to use him like that. Second skill called Shiro, but it's probably not pronounced that. Shiro is probably Shiro. I don't know pronunciation, but yeah. Targetable guts 1 time 3 turns. Debuff immunity 1 time 3 turns. Buff removal resistance 1 time 3 turns. This is a very cracked skill for when you truly need it. The boss fight in Lost World 7, I'm never gonna actually name it because it's so specific, but that would not work well with this because each enemy you break the bar for that fight does their own buff removal. So you would need 1 turn, not 1 time. But still, just having buff removal resistance when you need it, very helpful. Skill seal, 1 time, 30% MP damage, 30% battery. He is a servant where you want both 1 and 3 leveled. If you level this, it's not the biggest deal. Cool. If not, whatever. But just having these two, he's viable for esports. That's what I'm saying. You're viable. He's viable to bring to esports. 20% debuff resistance. Debuff success rate up 6%. Divinity for Tickle. He's welfare, so all appends can be unlocked. He does have another helpful append at Assassin, so he just does more damage. This one you should definitely lure, though, so you can start with Ocean Flyer and just start off the rip. His NP. 3-hit AoE arts. Power mod against man attribute. Here is the reason he's in super niche. So he puts Taisui's misfortune on all enemies for 3 turns. If the unit dies, you're putting 20% defense down on the party per this debuff. You're inflicting curse to the enemy. At 1000 for 3 turns. And evil curse. This is each time an enemy with the buff dies. So if you wipe out a whole 5 enemies out of the 6, you are putting 100% defense down, 5000 curse, and a 500% increase on that curse damage. So that curse is already ticking for like 25,000. That's not even all of it. he gets 2,000 curse for 5 turns, and this activates first. So it's like an infection. There's like this patient 0 who's like not as affected by the curse, and all these other minions that are like zombies. Every time you wipe out the zombies, you're weakening patient 0 until you actually start ticking patient 0 for 100,000 curse damage. I don't think Taisui is ever going to be in a case where I don't think they're ever going to make the curse power mod CE equivalent to Honey Lake, because someone like Taisui is just like, now it's actually ridiculous because he's getting that damage on top of before he even does MP damage, he's getting a power mod on top of that. Taisui is just really, really fucking good, but the ramp up is situational. The more enemies you have, the bigger the ramp up. If it's only 3 enemies and you're only proccing this twice per turn, it's not gonna look as good. But again, I do need to still upload like challenge quest stuff. Look online for Taisui and the Morgenfest. Like, it's comical how much damage you're cursing for. And with Taisui, we are done with alter egos. So I actually am doing this out of order from even here. I'm gonna do Tlaloc before I talk about the foreigners, since she's the last pretender. Straight up, your number 1 priority when you get Tlaloc is you need to get this. Otherwise, your farming for her is scuffed. You are wasting her. You have to waste her battery if you do not have this. Because, and we'll get into that, she can't, even if you want to do like Traces of Christmas, you'll have to bring in a support if you to use for their battery, if you don't want to have to use a Scotty battery for someone that has only needs 20% for their MP. It is a very bad design flaw and it's showing the biggest pain points of the pen system, that now you're balancing your game around servants having these appends. So why are you deliberately making it so this servant has, like, a master that only has her MP1 has to bond farm so goddamn much? Like, I have the coin, like the coins show up here. You get 30 for summoning her. At bond 6, you'll get another 30. You're at 60. Bond 9, you're at 90. Bond 10, you're at 110, and you still cannot get her bond. You have to go to bond 11. Bond 11 for a servant to like actually get the, like, be able to do good farming. My support, none of my support, the only servant I have that's actually bond 11 is Jacques, because I kept her in the party all the time. Even when she didn't need to be, because I didn't have another reason to, like, another servant to really put in there besides her just leveling it. Back when, like, me and getting all these fucking servants was actually slow, and now my RNG is fucking cracked. I need to go buy a lottery ticket, and everything is just bleh. All right. Enough of the rant about appends. Please fix them. Tlaloc. Hoots, Zila Potli, Tenochtitlan, Mexico City, Hachidori. Hachidori if you're Tezcatlipoca. Second Ascension, she looks so good. I love this Ascension. I like the blue and black highlight hair. Her just color scheme. And then now she looks like something out of Power Rangers. Base attack, low. Like, low for 4 stars. And then as a pretender, I don't even remember I did it. She doesn't have the 1.1. Satch. That, an even bigger problem, that now you need to level her higher so that she hits overkill well to help her loop. Consistent problems with the design, and they made it's exacerbated by the fact that she's permanent. Because also, if she was a limited servant, you would not have to go to Bond 11. I know, I'm sorry for going back on this rant, but you wouldn't have to go to Bond 11. You could stop, I believe, at Bond 10. Right? Yeah, because Bond 9, you'd be at the same point. You hit Bond 10, you get this, and then you also get Black Row farming unlocked. 0.58%. Again, her base MP gen is naturally low. She needs skill 1, and if you don't have a mana loading, you can't do it. Not do it well. 20, basically 20% star gen, good for a quick MP. Decent hit count. Quick cards look pretty good. But I will say, no, I'll talk about this again. I'll come back to this MP farming shit when we actually get to our MP, because I'm going on too much of a rant on this as it is. 30% battery, 10% gauge every turn, so she does not need to loop the full 50%. She just needs to hit 39, 40, and then you're good. Chance to grant waterside battlefield. Now, what the fuck does this have anything to do with why you need mana loading? Because this doesn't say anything about MP gain. It comes from her MP. That's why. 20% attack, 20% crit damage, evasion for the party. Oh, ignored evasion for 3 turns. If an enemy has and this is AoE, so all enemies, if they have a guts and you remove it, and if you're able to, meaning it's unremovable, you neuter their defense by 50%. We saw something like this with Summer Abigail, where if she lands to sleep, as long as they're asleep, they take 50%. This is way more situational, but goddamn, is this not going to be nice in a boss fight if you actually can get this proc. Especially because a lot of Night Class or Berserkers have guts. You killing this basically means they're fucked completely. They will not live long enough to see the errors of their ways. They will just be I was gonna say sent to the stars, but that's a dub GX reference, and not even that good of a reference. Quick buff 30%, arts buff 30%, crit damage 30%, 2k damage cut for 3 attacks 3 turns. That is so fucking high. And also, like, look at all this shit on a 6 turn when Okita Alter had just this part for 6 turns. Yeah, power creep is a bitch. And this is Ishar's skill on a 1 turn higher cooldown, and it can do this. I'm never gonna stop mentioning Ishar, because her skill is good, but it's been power crept. Passives 12%, arts good, 20% not tickle, crit damage on water side 20%. Ooh. And then arts buff for everyone but her while she's on the field. I am convinced they made her as Nemo support, because so much of what she does just buffs up Nemo so much, and in turn will buff her. Because if you buff Nemo and let him do his shit, he's gonna buff you in your other units. That's why Nemo is a good sub DPS. Again, get mana loading. Everything else comes secondary. Avenger doesn't really matter. I think this is Needle Alter, why she has this. Extra attack if you need it. MP. This is why. If you do not have Waterside Battlefield, if you do not pop skill 1 to guarantee you have it, or like if you just know you're fighting on Waterside, don't worry about it. Just start at either a K-scope or something else. But if you can't secure Waterside, you have to do this. 6-hit quick AoE. This MP gen literally will make or break whether you can actually loop with her. She needs this desperately. Just like Ilya needs her MP gen. Just like any quick servant needs their MP gen. They don't loop. They won't loop as well if they don't have this. Damage to all enemies. Party MP damage except herself up 20%. In a case like the current 90 plus, not plus, 90 plus, we have 3 berserkers, single target, 3 berserkers. If you use this skill, you're getting your single target ready to MP, and then you just have to get back once. And because she doesn't have ramp up, you don't care. You don't care if she doesn't get better looping. You're not losing out like Muramasa by not looping the next turn. They have the last 4 servants, or not last directly, but Tlaloc, Tezcatlipoca, or Tezcatlipoca, Pope Johanna, Takasugi. All of them thrive in harder fights than just 3-turn farming of 3-3-3. All of them do better if either the enemy's chunkier, the enemy's chunkier, or you need multiple DPSs. They all thrive in this environment. People aren't happy with it, and it's showing because like these are all AoEs and not single targets doing this shit. But I love this servant for what they potentially can do. I need to get more stuff like ready for her to do her job. Bonsi, arts quick up, arts up, party MP damage up while she's while water size up. So even more buffing to say Nemo, who thrives on a waterside battlefield. If I'm gonna close this up. If she could not secure waterside for herself, she would go here. She can. She buffs other units. She's going here. Because we are not taking her at a not like the non-hypothetical where she does not have mana loading. We are putting her here where she does have mana loading. This is some goddamn good Black Rail numbers. This is some damn good Black Rail numbers. Granted, you have to use triple Scotty, but in that sense, if you're able to get away with, say, putting in Oberon, I think the MP gen is actually going to be a little scuffed on that. I think she still would have to loop 80% for one wave. Wait. No. Okay, so no, actually, I'm thinking of Atalanta, how she actually does need 80% because she doesn't have her own battery. But Tlaloc, as long as she loops 40%, she's good. All she needs to loop is 40%, and then it doesn't matter. That's the other thing, because she has a good ceiling and a like higher floor than a lot of other quick servants. Not as much as Voyager has. No, actually, better situation than Voyager, because Voyager has a higher floor but a lower ceiling. Tlaloc has the good shit. Although their damage, I think, is actually similar. And she's already getting the 1.5. Compared to Voyager on Black Rail, they're hitting about the same. Unironically. But for me, I wouldn't even know what MP1 Voyager Black Rail or MP1 Tlaloc Black Rail looks like. So I would. So if I had to guess, their numbers, if I was to do them on my accounts, would probably look pretty similar. And with that, all we have is the foreigners. And I'm straight up saving the best for last. I'm saving the best for last. But we have an interesting addition. Tamamo Vitch Koyanskaya Darkness. We will know her full story later in the year. And chat, I love Tamamo. She is my favorite character. When I hear some of her dialogue, my dick actually shrinks. It goes in and hides because I want nothing with this. I do not want to end up in a cage or treated like an actual pet. Dialogue. Go on YouTube, watch Mundus when he shows this dialogue. Look at her face when she goes through that and tell me you are not afraid that she's gonna cut your dick off if you don't satisfy her enough. She promises you the best night. She doesn't say anything after that. I worry that my dick is gonna end up somewhere else that I don't want it. I worry that I might not wake up safe. Her eyes just shrink. I'm literally getting an emote based on that scene that Mundus put out. I fear for my fucking life. Enough of the funny shit, though. Oh, I closed it by mistake. Big meme on YouTube. Coughing baby versus tactical nuke. Or not even tactical, just a nuke. I don't think the argument is that cut and dry, but it's okay. So base attack low, part of the issue. That's part of the issue why Cuckoo has just higher numbers base attack, but her HP is super high to compensate. Not as high as say Jacques, but it's still very high. Star weight, Star Gen, good numbers. She has a decent quick card. MP Gen 0.67%. Again, I don't want to say you're gonna be critting on the cards. It's good. I've seen a lot of plushies videos, but that's also a 120 MP5 with maxed out everything. Koyanskaya. Part of me is biased. I have an MP1. But then these days I see Plushie using her more than I use her. But nothing bad about these hits is what I'm trying to say. There's nothing bad about them. They're just not super cracked. First skill, 30% buster, 30% battery to the party, and star weight reduction of Amididae servants, which is mainly which is very few. Non-Hominidae literally means they are not human. They probably weren't. No, not that they're not human. They were never human. None of these servants were ever human. The reason Romulus is here is because this is him as a divinity, not the 3-star Romulus is the human Romulus. This is the divine spirit Romulus. Yeah, if you you can literally, I don't know why Lubu is here. I don't know why writer Lubu is here. This must be some kind of mistake. Lubu has always been human. Why is the right and why does he keep saying red hair? I don't get this. Uh, kind of Canis not being non-Hominidae is surprising because I thought they were, but yeah. Also, why is Merlin not here? Oh, he's half human. That's why. Yeah, Artoria Caster is FA. That's why she's here. She is not a human. She's FA. Yeah. You look on this list, and literally none of these servants have ever been human, except very, very few exceptions. Yep. And then demonic piece again. They were never human. These are servants that actually were never human. Kiara is the exception, but that is again stage 3 when she's like basically a mermaid. But yeah, mid-A, most servants in the game except servants that were never human. Overcharge 1 ally's MP 2 stages 1 time 3 turns, and you get an on attack buff. Where if you use Buster card, normal Buster cards, they gen 5 stars. I truly think this is this probably should be 10. Like if for say Buster servants, if they're just hitting Buster, they're not genning stars. Unless you force them to gen stars. I do think like they scale this proportionally with Vitch because like 10%, like both Vitch Light and Vitch Darkness, they're charging 10% of the maximum for MP Gen and stars respectively. For stars though, it's not. Maybe with quick chains, I haven't used Vitch Darkness that much with the quick changes, mighty changes, but I feel like this could be 10 and still be fine. 30% attack and 30% defense for animal characteristic servants. Anyone with animal ears. Again, non-Hominidae servants. But this is more specifically that they actually do have animal traits. It is different from, because non-Hominidae also includes divinity. This is specific for servants to have like a bunny ears, and then fish woman, more fish smelling than she was before at least. Okay, and then third skill, 3 turns ignore invul, 50% crit damage every time you hit them with an attack, not even just normal attack. You are putting a dot on them along with the dot amplifier. So she can work in any of the dot teams. She puts them on very, very fast. It's just they're not ticking for that much, but they're ticking for you get various mileage from this. It would be better if you actually put these on with your attack as well, because then you'd have stupid fast ramp up for what you can do with the ticks, but they held it back. She's at least versatile to work in the meme teams, and because she puts burn on, you can bring Honey Lake. But it's not that good. 2 stars every turn, debuff res. Power mod against wild beast enemies. My god, she has so many traits she's taking advantage of. Again, so even more specifically than animal trait characteristic servants, these are servants that are actual like non-humans, beasts, and then they threw Taiga in there because she is she's a tiger. Oh. What was that, chat? I just heard someone scream. And now I have a bad feeling. Like some cursed object is slowly being warmed up. Arts buff up 5%. Debuff success rate up 10%. And then if you're fighting a wild beast, you can just randomly buff block them. That's not broken. Just randomly doing a buff block while you're fighting someone. That's perfectly fair and balanced. Mana loading 20%. Ruler, sure. Type neutral, extra attack, probably get more mileage out of. MP, 5-hit AoE, bumps up attack 20%, activates first. Damage to all enemies, removes their offensive buffs. Buster res down 20%, but it happens after damage. And then power mod against Earth attribute enemies. It truly is a shame because both her and Kukulkan have the same power mod. Kukulkan makes more sense because she also has the threat against humanity. But if you're fighting Earth attribute, Kukulkan's just gonna do more damage. Part of the reason her damage is so low in comparison, Kukulkan literally does double damage on turn 2 and 3. This is because Kukulkan's like double stacking stupid buffs, but also you are putting a debuff on your MP that's happening after damage when you're farming. You can't get ramp up if you're stacking debuffs. She does get 50% attack, but the only MP damage she's getting is from Oberon. That again is another reason her damage is falling off so much. She needs like MP damage somewhere, and cranking just isn't enough. Now that's enough about her. Oh right, Bond CE, Buster performance, by 10%, and animal characteristic servants by 10%. Eurasia. Got it. Okay, so an important number right here. Buster performance and party battery. What this skill allows you to do is that any Buster servant with a 50% battery and mana loading is now able to MP. So instead of trying to loop, you can just bring 3 DPSs. And none of them, all they need is their mana loading. The CE does not fucking matter. Now for Koyanskaya of Darkness, she does need a 50% CE. But say an event only has 150% CE, now you don't need to like super hard focus on whether you can bust your loop or not. You can just unga boonga this shit. And if you're smart, you're able to take advantage of it. I think this is only unlocked. This is the value I see in this Koyanskaya, like more than other servants. I know I say like some servants would be better as full supports like Oberon. Vitch kinda, but not really. Koyan Dark, her being a damaging servant makes sense. She's buffing Buster. It makes sense that she has a damaging MP like this. And I just think that adds so much value. I'm not putting her in EX. But I'm not putting her here because of the utility. There is so much utility in this. It's not enough to put it here, but she has like serious utility that servants here just don't have. They're either selfish or it's mostly that they're selfish. Like, I don't mean that in a bad way. They're just not buffing their allies enough to enable stuff. They have outdated kits, or they're just not AoEs like Hephaestion. Hokusai's kit isn't outdated. It's just she's not doing anything for the party. All right. I've been drinking so much water. I'm taking one more bathroom break, and then we're finishing this. And yeah. All right. Last break, I swear. Voyager. I have an MP3 Voyager chat. I can talk shit about this. When Voyager came out, I definitely overhyped him. But like at the time, it was because like there was a Mystico that like was so good for him that it didn't even matter how bad his refund was. But his refund on NA is horrendous. 40% back sucks. It sucks so much that you had to use a specific Mysticode to like you have to use Mysticodes to make sure he refunds enough. You're screwed if you don't. Like, and that is with Traces of Christmas, with an MP game buff and some green in him. And he still was struggling to hit 40% against X, and it wasn't even against the specific nodes. It was when he was against XP farming, when he had his Sky Attribute mod guaranteed, and he still was hitting just not good numbers. So, where does Voyager go wrong? Even though his design is pretty cool. The Little Prince. Base attack. Here. This is problem number one. His base attack is so fucking low. You need to grail him. A level 90 MP1 Voyager is sad. It's sad how low the damage is. A level 100 MP3 is still sad for how much damage he like does when he doesn't hit his niche. HP super fucking high, some of the highest in the game. Starweight Sargen, you care more about the Sargen, but it's not. He doesn't have that good quick cards, and then even worse. So part of it is quick cards; they're not that good. MP charge 0.56. He has two 3-hit arc cards. Why is his MP gain this low? Why? This should be like he should have 0.6. He should have 0.65. He should have 7. He should not be at this low of a number. At this low of a number, servants with less than like 5 hits, start struggling. Summer Ilya. If you don't have this quick buff, you have the same fucking problems with refund. It's too tight. First skill is fine. 50% battery, debuff immunity for 3 turns, 10 stars. This skill never needs to get buffed. It's always going to be good. Second skill is where the problem happens on NA right now. Evasion for 1 turn, 20% quick res down. You cannot use this skill if you're farming, because then for the final boss, you might not do enough quick to the enemy. If you're thinking of it like that, if you just need the quick to get through the node, sure, pop this. Makes it easier for turn 1. That actually is a good thing. This is more of a boss fighting skill, but it's still good that he has this. Although for looping, this was all he had for 2 years. This was all he had. He had a 50% battery and a very weak quick buff in comparison. His buff makes it so I wasn't blowing smoke out of my ass that much. And it came out like 2 months after he came out on NA, but for JP. So we're still waiting for a year and a half before he gets this buff, or a year and 4 months. So anniversary 7. It was this skill, but all they did was add a 30% quick, which dramatically helps his quick farming. 20% quick is significantly better. I mean, 50% quick is significantly better than 20. I said Takasugi, it didn't matter that much for him. Voyager is not using Ruler Scotty, at least not 2 of them. He doesn't get much out of it. His 1 Buster card, why would he need this to have 200% crit damage when he only has 1 of them? Over these, when he has 2 of them for 200% quick crit, along with all his other shit. 600% star weight, 30% quick, 30% crit damage, 20% crit attack resistance, 6 turn cooldown. This skill is what he should have had from the start. He shouldn't have been lacking this. And it's such a simple thing because it's not even a skilled cooldown reduction. He needed 50% quick. It works like this because he's targeting it. So you can put it on someone else, which is why he's able to have a 50% quick for 3 turns. When most servants only have it for 1 turn, like 50% quick. But the fact that he's still having problems when he has 50% quick is an issue. He needs MP gain somewhere else. Buff his MP and give him MP gain. There, now Voyager is fixed and he's actually looping well. 2 stars per turn, debuff resist 6%, crit damage even more 8%, arts buff 8%. He does have decent arts cards. It's just you need to quick crit on them, but he's an AoE quick servant, so that should not be an issue. 10% buff removal resistance, nice. It means that there's a chance it just doesn't happen. It's not a high chance, but at least it's something. Lancer, I guess this is Aris. Extra attack doesn't really matter. Mana loading, like his appends, for Voyager specifically, his appends are shit for him. They don't do that much. He has a 50% battery as a quick servant. He's literally, I think, the last quick servant they gave a 50% battery. And it's screwing, and it shows because it's screwing with mana loading and everything. It's screwing with his refunds because it's like 30%. Guess who his best support is right now? Nero Bride. Nero Bride actually does fix his issues and gives him attack, especially on NA. If you have Nero Bride and Voyager, which I now do, you can make his looping look far easier and closer to Dante's. But I don't want to say it's better than Dante's, but as long as he's hitting the threshold, that's all that really matters. 5 hit AoE quick, power mod against Sky, charges the party's battery by 20%. This is what I mean when I say higher floor. He only has to loop 30%. And I say that, and he still struggles, so he's only getting 20. This is why low hit quick servants or low hit quick NP servants need NP gain. Every little bit helps. That 10% NP gain, maybe not 10, but like 20, 30% NP gain probably is gonna like be the difference between him hitting 20 and him hitting 30, especially if he's getting overkill better. I say like the 40%, like 40%, like him losing 20, because that's the low I've gotten from my MP3 Voyager. He was landing in the 40s. Also, if you have a living human ally, meaning pseudo servants, the best supports are Waver and Reigns, because they're really good. They're general. You obviously do want to mix in Scotties, but those two will be spamming the shit out of their MP. They will be spamming the shit out of it. And for Reigns, that is such a good thing, because that does fix. Reigns gives him MP gain. That fixed Voyager's problem. And MP damage 20%. So you put in Oberon into the situation, he has 100% MP damage from Oberon's first skill and his overcharge. Power mod against Sky attribute enemies while he's on the field. He's not going in EX. I might honestly put him in B, as much as I like him. And I don't have buyer's remorse for getting Voyager, but he's just not as good. Yeah, if I'm putting Hokusai here, I'm putting Voyager here. Strictly as farming, he's here. I do know he does do very, very well in boss fights. Like, do not get me wrong. He has everything catered to doing well in a boss fight. But his base attack is the problem. His base attack is why he's here. He's far above Abby. Far above. He doesn't have nearly as many problems. So he does have as many problems as Abby. It's just that they're not as pronounced. It's like, I'm trying to paint a mental picture. It's like you have a building. Abby, her problems is half the foundation of the building is gone. It looks like it's about to fall over at random points. Voyager, like, chunks of the wall is missing. It, like, the building is gonna be fine, but just no chunks of the wall are actually missing. All right. Painful. This list has too many good servants for me, and it's painful that I can't just put them in EX because I want to. 2 more. Gang Guifei. Thuga. There's Imaginary Scramble is like one of my favorite events, period, because of how high concept that event actually gets. Like, I love whoever wrote that, pat on the back. I know people didn't like the gameplay, but for the story for me was just really, really good. And just like dipped into what makes Fate. Because it's not just like giant sandbox of throwing random mythology people together and see what happens. This is not Record of Ragnarok, and that's a conversation I had with my little brother while we were smoking. He was like trying to sell me on watching a Record of Ragnarok, and he's like saying like all this stuff, like you get to see these great mythology figures fighting, and like, yeah, that sounds like Fate. And we kept going for that for like 2 minutes, where he kept on trying to describe it and saying, yes, that sounds like Fate. Fate isn't any different. I don't know, that's just funny story. I like Yang. Her whole gameplay, I see value in it. And she needed this buff here. We'll get to there in a second. First off, base attack nice and high. Very different from Voyager. This is nice and high where you want it. She does not have damage problems like Voyager. HP, again, not that high. She actually would want her HP higher because she's going to be getting hit a lot. Star weight, star gen, normal numbers. She has good quick cards. Her MP gain, it's 0.51. She has 4 hits. She is supposed to be critting on these, so I would not worry too much. And if she doesn't have enough stars, well, she has these to make them. All right, Lychee Head. First skill. This sucked, but it made sense lore-wise. Invo for a turn. Battery, 10% every turn for 3 turns. Not as good as on Art Servants, but I mean, it helps. Every little bit helps. Crit stars, 15. Taunt from all enemies. All males. They buffed it. They made it 25 stars, and they just made it straight up all enemies. This skill is loaded in how much it helps her MP gen, because she's gonna get hit a lot. If it's multi-hit attacks, she will get a lot of MP. She won't take any damage. She'll be getting 10% every turn passively, and she has these 25 stars to crit. Strong. Second skill. Absorbs all enemies gauged by 1. And reminiscent of Lady Avalon, for every this is AoE, for every enemy she drains, she gets 20%. So same scenario. If you're fighting 6 enemies, this is 120% battery. Very strong. But if you're fighting 1 enemy, 10%. It's why she has 2 epi gain skills, because this might not be enough for you, depending on the fight. You can't bank on this. Also, it's 20% defense AoE. So good. Here's the real reason she has the taunt. She grants herself the Living Flame buff. 3 attacks, 3 turns. When someone attacks her, they get 10% defense down, and they get burned up to 1,000, and then 20% defense. It is why she has this taunt. It's to burn out all of burnout. It's to burn out all of the stacks at once. And then she'll have this 20% defense for when she is not the one getting hit all the time directly. Overall, her kit makes so much sense. All of this shit makes sense. If they were going to buff something next, it's going to be this skill. I don't know what they'd buff with it. Probably reduce the cooldown. Probably added 1 more effect. But this, I don't think, needs a buff. These being on the same cooldown makes sense. And if they do decide to buff this, it is not... they're not going to put Burn Amp on her skill because she has it on her MP. But they might do something else. Like, I don't know, Spread a Flame? Burn Amp? Might? I don't know. There's a lot of you can do when you've only had to buff a servant once. 2 stars every turn. Debuff resist 12%. Divinity for tickle. Extra attack. This yes, you might want this to help get here quicker. But that's kind of what supports are for. Gang isn't one you're going to be soloing with. You're supposed to be using her with supports. Van Gogh, Castoria, Tamamo, anyone that helps her out. She accepts a wide range of supports. MP. Single target, damage to 1 enemy, inflicts burn on them, and the burn scales with how many copies you have, or what on the MP copy. We're looking here, though. Power mod against people you burn. You are not supposed to MP with Yang on turn 1. Or if you are not supposed to have the MP leading unless you are able to put the burn on before you even attack. Her MP damage here is low, but that's because it's not counting if you have the burn, unlike Arjuna Alter. This is her normal actual MP damage, and it is just barely below MHX. So MHX is just straight up easier to use, and if you are using her and getting full class, like, if you are fighting someone Yeah, like if you're fighting someone that is not a threat against humanity or a saber, you should not be bringing MHXX. You should bring Yang for the same fucking role. Like they do similar numbers and they have their own niches. Yang is just way a more versatile MHXX. Power mod. MP damage and then puts spread of fire on her normal attacks. But it's only increases burn damage by 20%. It's a very, very weak version of this. It's not even like the standard is like 100 and you're just putting 20 on. Yeah, this not the best. This should be like 100 and this should be like 100. Oh, actually, okay. Okay, hold up. I was misreading this. She doesn't have this status of applying spread of fire on her normal attacks for 3 turns. The spread of fire lasts for 3 turns. Okay. Significantly better. Because if you're just normal attacking, it's not even chance, but it is guaranteed you are putting spread of fire. So you are literally burning the world with her. She needs more setup if you want to like start MPing turn 1. Like you need to put in burn command codes. And even then, you're not MPing the first card. You need to set up the burn. If MH double Okay, so how do I actually put her? Because she's too good. She's too good and too general to go here. That is a literal fact. But is she good enough to go up here? Because MHX is up here because in her niches she is uncontested. In her niche, she is uncontested. Yang, she only has the power mod on her MP unless you put in Honey Lake. So I think here, with a caveat, she would be a plus. Yeah, she would be A plus, possibly EX if you're using Honey Lake. If you're not using Honey Lake, she goes down. Or she stays at A. Last one. No. Good fucking joke. Why can't I say okay? I have to place it. EX for Van Gogh. I don't know why they just fucking made me do this. Van Gogh is EX. The best support for Van Gogh is double Van Gogh. You do not need a DPS servant to be using with Van Gogh. You just need another Van Gogh. And for Van Goghs, for the Van Goghs to be like literally spamming the shit out of their MP. If you put them with any other servant that works with them, you're cooking with pure fire. It's time for this show to go. I gotta do Van Goghs every time I talk about her. I have to do the good Van Goghs. Clytie Van Gogh, not Vincent Van Gogh, but they have the memory of Vincent Van Gogh. Pure psychotic, the pure neurosis. Cute girl that just like keeps trying to hurt herself. And now it's like descent into madness. I love foreigners and like the concept of them, chat. Base attack, it's low, but not that low. Like this is lower than Yang, but not as low as Voyager. HP high to compensate. I would prefer Van Gogh to have higher HP because I want her to be like she is like okay, so if you have not seen Van Gogh gameplay, she is basically a spiny. She's a spiny from Mario, where if if you don't take care of her, you're gonna accidentally like get fucked up. Except she also is a cockroach while she's doing that. Double Van Gogh challenge quests are literally the easiest fucking thing I've ever done in this game. I don't post enough of them on YouTube, but you know, it's there. Uh yeah. So let's really get deep into it. 0.76% MP gen, amazing on her. Amazing. You might think only one arts. Your MP, these are arts cards in disguise that also happen to gen stars too, which is awesome. She's a foreigner, so she has decent star gen. Awesome. Decent hits on all their cards. Awesome. First skill, Guts. One time, 5 turns. In my experience using her, she usually does not even need this Guts. But you're always happy because you only have 1 turn of downtime. She puts 3 curses on herself for 10 turns at 300 damage. And then she gets a battery based on how many gut stacks curse stacks she has. So you're double stacking this. If you get any kind of cooldown reduction and you actually get this on, because this is the order they procs. You get the guts, then you get the curse, then you get the battery. The order is important. It is not you get the battery and then you get curse. Her gameplay would be significantly slower if the order if it was out of order. So yeah. And you think of all the servants that can apply that curse, you cook with fire. Keep saying it. 150% chance to reduce all enemies' defense. They needed to be specific about this because this means there is no magic resist that gives you full protection from this, except I think maybe Space Ishtar. But I think hers is high 40s, or at least in the 40s. So even then, you need like in order to not get defense down. No, she's 42. Yeah, in the 40s. The only way to not take this is if you force your buff success rate to be above it. So you need someone that buffs that up. I don't know many servants that buff up defense debuff success rate like that. That can like straight up negate. Like enemies are not like they can't pop that turn 1, and you usually pop this the first turn. Quick res down 20%. Awesome. Everyone gets a dodge. Lasts for 3 turns. 1 attack. Everyone heals 300 for 5 turns, and then puts a curse on everyone on your party for 10 turns, including herself. This is a 40% battery, right? Not yet. You could target this. One ally gets 30% attack, 600% star weight, and Van Gogh gets this. On attack, activate buff. When she uses a quick card, she takes off a curse. If she successfully removes the curse, she gets 10% attack. Kicker, she drains curse from everywhere on the party. Enemies and your team. In her own kit, she has a 60% battery. That is not the only thing that affects how much battery you gain is leveling the skill to make it 60. And that's with one of them. All you need is 1 Van Gogh with mana loading, and then you are set with this. If you have 2 of them and you pop both of these first, both this turn 2, only one of them is going to MP unless you have mana loading, or you can give someone that can give just a 10%, which is again why Jacques is so commonly used with Van Gogh, is because she has an AoE 20. So yes, only one of them is actually going to MP turn 1 if you don't have mana loading, but the second Van Gogh is guaranteed to be MPing that turn. If the other Van Gogh, like whatever, and since to do double Van Gogh you have to pull for support, just pull a Van Gogh that is like higher bond copy that actually has mana loading unlocked, either maxed out or just unlocked, and then boom, you can get 2 Van Goghs MPing on the first turn, which is fucking scary. It is scary when you are fully, if you're actually popping Van Gogh MP every single turn, for how much fucking nonsense you get. Fucking shaking for how good this servant is. 2 stars per turn. You don't even care about this. You don't even notice this because you're gonna get more stars, more debuff success. Insanity C, 6% buster. Debuff 6 success rate, very important. Curse, most important, probably one of the most important parts of her gameplay. She cannot die from curse. That is so fucking important because if you're bringing the dots, say from Douman, say from Jacques, who have them ticking at above baby curse damage, because this is baby curse, is 100 damage. She heals 300. If you have another Van Gogh, you're going to heal more than one of them. Only one of them is going to have the curses, so the other one is healing up. Baby, this is baby damage. What is not baby damage, and I brought it up in this list, is Douman's. That 2,000. I don't think you want to be getting ticked by 2,000. So that is something you have to practice with. Because, again, if you're fighting 3 enemies, you put Douman's 2,000 curse, you better have a full quick chain ready to cleanse that shit off. Otherwise, your Van Gogh is going to die very quickly. You want her to be taking chip damage, not getting punched in the chest. Mana loading and extra attack are very important. I chose extra attack. Mana loading just makes things so much easier. And then caster, append, sure, better refund, but not necessary. This is okay. So Van Gogh's MP is actually the reason why Kukulkan does not have her own category. She is the only foreigner servant, to my knowledge, that does not work with Van Gogh. That is so fucking important, because otherwise there is no other reason to use another servant. Because if you could do double Vitch, Oberon, and then throwing in a Van Gogh as well for all the shit, holy fucking shit, is Kukulkan like now fucking scary. Not only does she do big chungus MP damage, but she'll also be doing, I don't want to say super Orion level crits, but probably not that far off. Terror, 1 time, 3 turns at 60%. That is double. That is double what most other terrors are. So you're stun locking the boss with literally, you are literally stun locking bosses at this level. If you're popping this every single turn, they're always gonna have like a chance to stun, and sometimes they get double stunned. So if they have debuff immune that they procced, but you already have terror on them, they're probably gonna be using up that debuff immune and still gonna get stunned, unless it's like a 3-turn one. Party crit damage up 50% at level 1. Scales to 100. So like really, really cracked Van Goghs are, if you see MP5 Van Goghs and are trying to have some fun, go for the MP5s, because it actually does matter. If a servant has the existence outside the domain trait, meaning this passive, they get 100% crit damage in addition for 3 turns. So 150% crit damage. And just to double check this, because there are servants that are not foreigners that get this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 11. Cuckoo is literally the only one that doesn't get this. And we got servant verse characters that also get this passive. And then BB too, because of reasons. 10 stars every turn for 3 turns. So if you're popping double Van Gogh, you get 20 stars per turn. And then also anytime you are spamming MP, so like probably more. And then you're also hitting quick cards a lot with Van Gogh. So you should never not be critting. It should just be a non-stop flood of you critting. And if that wasn't enough, she gives the party 30% attack. It does. They built Van Gogh in a way that it does not matter who you bring for her to support. She is going to buff the literal shit out of them. The whole story of Imaginary Scramble is that this MP was so much of a threat that it opens the whole thing of that. This MP is it's opening the influence to the outer gods, which is a big threat to humanity. She turns foreigner servants as close to divine servants as possible. That's how strong this MP is supposed to be. It is lore accurate for how strong it's supposed to be. And her Bond CE is a better version of 2030 for her specifically. She gets 8 stars per turn. And she gets and increases party crit damage. Like an excessive amount of stars. If you have both the Van Goghs running this, you have 56 stars just from them popping their MPs, both of their MPs once. Once. Oh wait, hold up. No, sorry. That is 36 stars. But if you're doing a Mighty Chain, it might as well just be 50. Because then you're only 4 off. So you have a 40% chance to not crit with a card, or a 10% chance you're not critting for 4 cards. I don't think they're ever going to buff Van Gogh. I don't think they ever need to buff Van Gogh. I think this character, the only way they buff it is by making foreigners that cannot be buffed by her. That is how you nerf Van Gogh. You stop making servants that actually work with her optimally. But even still, she is still a servant that you don't even need to bring foreigners. She can do the damage herself. Her best support is herself. And she's still buffing crit damage and attack and dropping stars and doing the terror. This is one of the most loaded MPs in the game. And I'm pretty sure they designed the MP first and then built the kit completely around her. Van Gogh deserves this EX spot. And if we were doing order, she'd be damn near close to the top of EX. Arguably at the top, with Oberon following very close behind, or just barely in front of her. One of these two is first. One of these two is the most broken extra class of this caliber. And Bazett takes the 3rd place. These 3, some of the best. And yeah, this is my tier list. And I'm happy with where people are right now. Servants are where they are because of something they do, something they have access to, or just because they're just fucking disgusting. They got the good base shit. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to do final adjustments. Hopefully this is out, like I said. If you enjoyed this video, consider dropping a like or a sub. And if you're feeling really generous, give me some feedback on the video in the comment section. I am very much looking to improve in the coming months as the channel continues to grow. Hope to see you in the next one. Peace.